This channel may feature copyrighted video and audio content under the guidelines of fair use permitted by copyright statute for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research. All content and credit go to the original creators. No copyright infringement is intended. This channel may feature copyrighted video.
But it's getting so out of control. Just so you know, we don't go for those that's taking these souls. We know, but it's getting so out of control. Thank you for tuning in to MTGV, True Crime TV. Y'all know what it is, man. Team Vibe.
Welcome in, y'all. Please smack that thumbs up.
Make sure you subscribe and make sure you leave a comment too. Yeah. We're gonna see you on the flip side, man.
Shout out to everybody in the building. So today is court day. We are praying for Romeca Meeks' family. I know they are painting the courthouse pink right now. Court starts at 9 o'clock, and we'll be hearing something soon from everybody that's there. But thank y'all for coming in. Y'all, I found a couple things very interesting, like Los. He has been on a couple platforms since I went live last, and I got a lot of answers to the questions that I had. You know, just looking at I got the their last TPO hearing talking about Romeca and Holly, aka, well, her name is Quadeja. So we're gonna talk about that. And we're going to show some proof of what they was going back and forth talking about. You know, everything that I thought Los was, he really is. I heard it from his own mouth. Shout out to Liz B. Shout out to you, fam. How you doing? And shout out to Cheryl. Good morning to you. Shout out to everybody in the bushes. Y'all, please smack that thumbs up and subscribe to the channel if you have not. Good to see you, Liz. Dropping that good fire. I see you. So we see right here on this screenshot that Romeca said, I got a B blocked on every social media. She's still finding a way to lurk, laughing my ass off. But tell MFs I'm stalking her. B, I barely got time to do shit I need to get done. But here you are calling this man about my post. So I made this thumbnail a while back talking about the middleman, and he definitely is the man of the hour with all the power, right? I mean, it really shocked me to hear him talking on these platforms because it's very telling. It tells me exactly the type of guy that he is. I mean, he pretty much run a party lifestyle. I heard him say that he did 4 years of house arrest. So I know y'all know the car that I'm talking about. He had did a post saying that he missed Romeca, and a lot of people went wild talking about it, right? So he did a story actually saying that he missed Romeca and he still love her and all this, whatever he said. But a couple things that he said in this car, it blew me away because he's talking about Holly. You know, oh, I told her, you know, she wasn't jealous. She wasn't the type because I told her I'm going to see my baby mama or going to hang out with my baby mama and my son. And she just like, okay, I'll be here when you get done with the family. We know damn well that is not how Deja was. But I do believe that's how she used to be. I don't know how long Deja been around, but she been playing second to Romeca for a long time. So it was a time when Deja didn't care. I truly believe that. Also, Los is the type of guy that keep his exes around. He said that. He keep them around. That he's still cool with all of his exes, right? They still hang out with his family. They still kick it with his mother. He said that. So that tells me that he still deals with all of the women he ever messed with. He can still screw any of them to this day. That's what that tells me. A man like Los don't keep women around that he ain't getting something from. He's that type of guy. He want to be cool, right? He want to appear to stay out of the mess, but he's messy as hell. And he can't help it because that's just how he live his life. Good morning, Paula. Welcome in. Good morning, everyone. Today is the day. Let's lock up Carlos today and get justice for Romeca. I feel like they just using him to get her, get all that information, and he got to go down. I don't see how he wouldn't. He is like right in the middle. And if he was choking her and all that stuff, it makes no sense. On this phone call, he also said that he hadn't talked to her in months. He was like, I haven't talked to her in like 2 months. He said what made them start back talking is the fact that his sister was going behind his back helping Romeca. So for these 2 months, he was trying to torment Romeca. He wanted her to need him, right? He cut her and his son off. If you listen to that call, he cut both of them off. He thought that he was going to get her. He's one of those types that want to one up you. Oh, you think you doing something? Oh, you ignored my call. Watch this. He's one of those that have you on a roller coaster, an emotional roller coaster all the time. It's never good with him. You would think everything is good, and then bam, here go a monkey wrench. Good morning, Yolanda. Welcome in, fam. Shout out to all the sleuths in the building. He's one of those type of guys that will drive you insane. You hear me? He's one of those that he start a beef just so he can go out and cheat and do what he wants to do. He's a gamer. And Holly she was his puppet. Because Holly would have never had any fire under her without Los. And I say this because she played the second with no problem. That's why he can say things like, oh, Holly didn't care what I do. She knew I was with the family. She did care. And we know because throughout all of this, she had Romeca and she was trying to get restraining orders on Romeca. We got that from all of last year. All of 2025, starting in actually 2024. It started in December 4th, 2024. So there's no way that he can tell us that Holly didn't have a problem with Romeca, because we know that she did, because she did that I would never video. And when you listen to the stuff that she's saying, she wouldn't have known any of this stuff unless Los told her. So who really had the problem with Romeca? She got the clear. Once Los had a problem with Romeca and was ready to let her go, Holly had the clear. Now, those 2 months that Romeca was away, Holly thought that she had him. You know what I'm saying? That's why you can go from December 2024 all the way to June when they finally got into court. She wasn't really trying to press it because Romeca had exited herself. And that's what Holly wanted. But then, like I said, Los changed his phone number because he said that Romeca was going to have a hard time with Los, with his child, right? He wanted her to suffer because she wasn't cooperating properly. I don't know what they got into it about that, that Romeca was like, you know what, I'm done. I ain't gonna need his help or nothing. Because he even said she worked a lot of hours. She gonna have a hard time with him. She gonna need me. He wanted her to need him. And so what does that say? For those 2 months, he wasn't helping her at all. He wasn't buying nothing. He wasn't doing nothing for his son. He said that in that call. So, but at the same time, he want us to believe he wasn't mad and Holly wasn't mad either. No. Holly was powered by Los because when Romeca disappeared for 2 months, she was like, yeah, I finally got him. She finally gone. And then bam, she pops up again. Oh, because he said my sister had to go do something and she needed help. She needed to go somewhere. So she called me and asked me if I would get my son. And he told her, yeah. But he was like basically telling her, why you helping her? I wanted her to need me. What he said, it was like, his sister, he is like he was telling his sister, why would you get him? I didn't want you to get him. And she said something like, I wish I would, be like, he'll say something and then his responses don't match what he said. He'll try to make it sound like he was cool with it, right? But then when he tell their responses, it don't line up with what he want us to believe. This dude is a master manipulator, and I never use this word, but he really is a narcissist. I actually looked it up. How do a narcissist act? And he's one of those guys. I don't know if you ever been in a relationship like that. Where was Meeks' family? What you mean, on the scene of the crime? I'm not sure. When you say the reason why she asked his family, I don't know. Maybe she knew that his sister and Meeks had a good relationship, and she knew that she would help. I'm not sure, but that's who was helping him. And he had no idea. He was wondering why Meeks hadn't called him in months. And then he found out that not only did he change his number, and she wasn't trying to get into it with him no more. She wasn't trying to contact him. She changed her phone number. So now he's salty because she's showing him something that she hadn't showed him before. It sounds like if he say that, I got all of my girlfriends that I ever dealt with, they still around, then that means that he wanted Romeca to fall in line with that also. And Romeca, that wasn't her vision of a relationship. She loved him. She wanted to marry him, I'm sure. She wanted him to be there for her son, because I remember her mom mentioned her father, that he wasn't around. I think she lost her father at a young age, if I remember correctly. And which is why she really wanted that family relationship. But she would have never got it with this dude, because that's not what he wanted. And it's really sad. And I know that there's videos out about her going in saying that she was gonna jab him and all of this stuff. But that's what happened when you don't exit a relationship of somebody that can make you madder than anybody in the world. He was that guy. He was that guy for Romeca that could piss her off more than anybody, and she would lose control because she was just so frustrated. She had tried all kind of ways of being that person for him, and nothing was ever enough for this guy, because he's not the type of guy that is a one ladies man. He want to have multiples, and can't nobody tell me that this woman wasn't obsessed. I know it was a post like, well, what else? What other color was she supposed to wear? I would have did anything but exactly what she was doing. We know it's a picture of Romeca with her Los, and here she is, belly out, same type. Come on, she could have did something different. But this shows obsession to me. It's totally different than what he wanted us to believe when he called. And just like I said, live a party lifestyle. If I'm on house arrest, where's the best places to be? Put myself at. Why wasn't he living with Romeca if they was together for 9 years and he was in love? I mean, according to, I think it was somebody said that's allegedly close to him, said that he had been in the area for like 7 years. Well, his child is only 7. So that tells me, if that's true, that he moved out when Romeca was pregnant with her son. I mean, he had got his own place at that time. Why didn't he move in with her? He was on house arrest probably, and he didn't want to be. If you're on house arrest, then you want to be somewhere that you can move around freely. If you a man that cheat, which he admitted that he cheated a lot. He said he knows why she was angry. He knows why she was angry, because he cheated a lot. And it was a lot of back and forth too, because he said something like, well, if I do something and then he had to throw in and she do something, it ain't no need of me doing something again. So that let me know that's the kind of relationship they had. If she would piss him off, then he would go out and do stuff. And it was always a up and down relationship. And another thing, he said that he loved them both. He don't pick a side. Well, I mean, if you love them both, he admitted that he wasn't with neither one of them. When Holly was pregnant, he said he wasn't with her because the question came up if he was with Romeca on Valentine's Day, and if they were dressed alike. He said no. But then he admitted that they were together on Valentine's Day. Well, Valentine's Day of 2025, old girl had just dropped that baby. She had the baby in February, right? So he admitted on a phone call, and we see he on house arrest right here. This is what they really was thinking about though. Christmas. Now, this is December. This is last Christmas. He on house arrest. You see it. They in matching pajamas. Holly pregnant as hell. This is what Holly was talking about. You know what I'm saying? I'm sure. But when you listen at Los tell the story, he's telling it as if everybody is cool. I'm a family man. I love me and Romeca. We got a big family and we do family shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, good morning, Deborah. Welcome in. Yeah, happy January 7th. Praying for the family. Thank you for coming in, fam. How y'all doing? The aunt said Romeca used to live with him in that spot close to the school. Did she really? Interesting. So if she lived with him, I wonder why did she move out then? Either way, you would have thought that they would have been together in this relationship. Shout out to Bronze. Welcome in, fam. How you doing? Shout out to my moderator and members, subscribers. Shout out to y'all. Yeah, why they weren't helping with little Los and she relying on them. That's what he wanted. He wanted her to be needy. He wanted her to need him. And to me, that's pretty shitty. So just like I thought, he's the type of guy that if he can't have you, then he ain't gonna deal with the kid either. And that's what lets me know that if he had his ex-female still around, then he was still screwing them too. Because he ain't gonna have women around him that he's not benefiting from. At all. You know, and it's crazy when he come out here and speak and then wonder why people say the things that they say. He's worried about what people think about him, what people say about him. Welcome in, Sharita. Yeah, he worried about the wrong stuff. You know, he says his sis needed to do something. Los needed to get picked up from school. That's how contact was made again. Now, these ain't his words verbatim, but this is how they got back close again. And this, and he also said that it was the end of August when they started back talking. Well, I also had heard a video that Keys did a while back that said that August 31st, Los allegedly took his son to some CVS reunion or something, which, you know, I don't know how true that is, but we got a post from Romeca August 20th saying this. How long does it take a baby daddy to get over his first baby mama? Asking for myself because of anger, got to get off my D and be a dad. I'm tired of getting popped up on at my job and school. So we know this post that she did, right? But in him telling the story, he's making it sound like everything is kosher. Yeah, we started back talking at the end of August. Well, she still had a problem with you at the end of August. Okay? with you popping up and being a dad. You see what I'm saying? We got this. I don't have a date on it, but he middle finger, and in the midst of all of this, we have court proceedings. So a lot of stuff ain't adding up with what he said, This was the last court proceeding that they were supposed to have, that Romeca wasn't at, and this is when she was granted the temporary petition. Carlos popped up on Romeca class reunion too. Oh, really? Now, I'm not. Whose reunion was it allegedly that he took the son to on the 31st? Shout out to Philly Girl in the building. Philly Girl Juice, new here. Welcome in, fam. Thank you for dropping down in the chat and coming in. How you doing? The sister said they lived together a few years. Romeca moved out, and then Carlos moved with her. Then they broke up for good, but was still messing around. Yes. And I believe that when she didn't talk to him for 2 months, that was something new. That was something that she had never did. And so now the type of guy, when we talking about a narcissist, they got to pay you back. So, you thought you was doing something for those 2 months. Because he said something that kind of threw me off when it had came up about the sister. The sister needed to do something, so he got the son because the sister asked. That's when he found out that she had been helping Romeca the whole time. Why he didn't change his number, wanted her to need him, and she never called him. Come to find out, dang, it was my sister. So that's how the contact was made again. He was thinking, damn, she doing damn good, working all them goddamn hours and try to pull up. Yeah. And I'm thinking, wait a minute, now where did the pull up part come from? Did she pull up on him more than once, or was he talking about the pull up that she lost her life? Because I told y'all, like, he's kind of mixing and combining things while he talking. Because he in his mind, he said, damn, she ain't called me in a minute. So he was thinking about her the whole time, trying to wonder, why is she ain't called me? She need me. And a narcissist is that type. They want you to need them. They the important person. They full of drama. They are full of drama, these type of people. Like I said in the one video that I was showing, that how he was standing there eating cereal and she's dancing in front of him, and he like, get out my way. I'm trying to see myself. He's a fashionable guy. He wear purses and stuff like that. I had pointed out those things. He is the middleman. He is the prize. But for whatever reason, he cares what people think about him. He cares that everybody, is saying the things they are saying about him. Because what he failed to realize is these women loved him and, probably had an infatuation for him and all that. But everybody don't love you, and everybody ain't sleeping with you, and everybody don't have those feelings. So I can see right through this guy. He gave her hell. He's not the type of guy that you try to husband. You know what I'm saying? He's not a one lady's man. But he wants his way too. He want to be the one to do whatever he want to do. And you supposed to just sit back and take it. You can't do nothing though. You know what I'm saying? Like, he was doing stuff, like even listening at him tell the story. He was pissing her off because he would do stuff. He would piss her off, right? And then he had decided, you know what? I ain't gonna cuss her out no more. I ain't gonna cuss her out no more in text. That's when he was planning, and saving, getting stuff on her. Like, yeah, I'm gonna talk to her calm, and I'm gonna be nice, and I ain't gonna cuss, and I'm gonna just say, damn, baby mama, that's evil. You shouldn't say that. Now, think about it. That's like telling somebody to calm down when they fucking mad. It make me mad just even thinking about somebody telling me to calm down when you didn't piss me off. So think about you mad as hell. Like, dude, I didn't, because first of all, if he was still dealing with Romeca and Holly was pregnant, that means he was getting his way. Because a guy like this, ain't nothing more that they want than a bunch of women on their team who don't have a problem with each other, who plays their position. Romeca, she kind of tried to do it, but she couldn't. Because that's not what she wanted. So it's always going to be a problem. And Holly had a problem too, because she was in court trying to get these orders against her and talking shit online. So wasn't nobody cool with this but him. And I'm happy that Romeca was able to post things for herself. You know what I'm saying? Let me see a couple things I got here. I can't really see that good. But they was in and out of court. You see that 12/19, 1:30. This is when the order was rejected. But let me see something in particular that Romeca said. Oh, well, we know that. I'm gonna come back to that. Okay, so here's an exchange in court. It says the petitioner, do you have to appear? Oh, this is Holly. Do I have to appear in person or over Zoom? And then Romeca said, because I don't want to be around her. I don't trust her. The court's telling them, hold on. Both parties can appear by Zoom on the 14th, okay? Romeca, thank you. Perfect. Holly. And should I bring evidence still? Okay. So she ain't brought no evidence in all of this time she's been complaining about Romeca. She never brought in evidence that she actually did anything. And by the time they had this court hearing, which was in June, Romeca said that she was actually trying to get Holly served. You know, they had a little bit of back and forth in court. Let me see. So, you know, in listening to Loesch, you thinking, oh, well, everything cool. This is June of 2025. Now, she done had the baby by then. And it was stuff happening the whole time. So, they had asked if they had a question. The respondent, which is Romeca. So, yes, she went on social media and spread rumors saying my son has boils, that she knows where I work, that my car broke down. I had to inform my job that someone of her nature might appear. I'm actually moving from my apartment now because she has researched my address. Now, we know that Holly also said that she researched her address. She probably just said that because she said that. It was back and forth. She was riding her coattail. Who could she? Welcome in, Alma. Who could who? It was said that she would keep the kid away when she got mad. Well, it don't sound like that. It sounds like Lowe said himself that they hadn't talked in 2 months. He changed his number and she wanted him to need her. I heard him say that with my own ears. Like, he wanted her to need him. He changed her number. He knew she worked a lot of hours and he knew that she wasn't going to have nobody to help her with her son. And he was wanting her to call him and need him. So that lets me know that he was setting her straight. You know what? You ain't cooperating right. I'ma do this. I ain't gonna do nothing for you or my son. Exactly, Paula. She is cooked. Because in order to prove self-defense, First of all, they charging her for first degree murder, which is kind of scary because it's like they didn't charge her for a lesser charge, so they must be real confident that they can get her in this. Um, but let me look at something because I was looking at this a little bit earlier on what they need to prove self defense. I mean, first degree murder. So it says in the state of Illinois, to convict a defendant of first degree murder, the prosecution must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the individual unalived another person without lawful justification. Okay, so we know that she unalived Romeca in a school zone, unarmed Romeca, who hadn't touched her, who had not caused any type of bodily harm. She didn't have nothing, again, in her hand, broad daylight. So, I mean, it was unjustified because Carlos was in the middle of them. He was in the middle of them holding Romeca back, or, keeping them from connecting, because at one point we heard that Holly walked towards her, right? And Romeca had made steps to get away from her. So, yeah, they already proved it when they arrested her that it was not justified, which is why they arrested her, because we got to remember she was out for 3 months before they even got her. Welcome in, Stefan. Good morning to you. They charged her with 6 more charges. Yes. So I see that and I got something about that too, because there's some attachments that they have to it. And so, very, very, I don't think she's gonna get out of this at all, though, because she wasn't justified in it, and you can clearly tell that she wasn't scared by her videos and her her code. They already had explained her a certain way, like she was cold. She felt like Romeca deserved exactly what she got. She sat there with not a tear in her eyes of regret in her voice on the phone, like she ain't did nothing wrong. She did not care that Romeca was taking her last breath. She didn't care. She felt justified in what she did. She had been working on it all this time. She was so cold. I mean, she got her a YouTube channel and all kind of stuff. She started posting little stuff. Let me see. Find something important to do. Trying to get my Instagram removed. Hey, man, put that energy into something, into getting some money, please. See, her mind was on money, and she was also getting in trouble with fraud charges and stuff, too, from my understanding. She started this page on YouTube, and she was thanking everybody for supporting her and all of this kind of stuff. Let me see. To post this right before she get arrested at Thanksgiving. This shows that she did not give a shit, no remorse. Y'all weird, go away. Look, we are family, duh. We gonna be dressed alike on the holidays. What family don't? See, that family. Yet she didn't care that he was going to visit his family, his baby mama. Oh, call me when you're done with the family. Holly wasn't cool with none of that. Once she got that baby in her belly, that was her goal. And she wasn't no longer playing second base to Romeca. You was gone for 2 months and here you go again. And not to mention all the other stuff we hearing. Oh, she slept in the car. Now that don't make sense to me, because her and Los seem to be on one accord out there that day. So if they was beefing because he was out all night, that kind of don't make sense that they would be cool on the scene. But I don't know. I really don't know what happened with that. I don't know. I don't understand why, if she was there on the 6th with that outfit on, getting the baby ear pierced, was she still in that same outfit on the 8th? Then I heard that on that Sunday, she went back home to have dinner with her family, and she came back like she was stalking. I don't know if that's true, but one thing for sure, too, for certain, if it is true, she is definitely going down. And maybe that's why they went straight for first degree, because they know they can do it. Um, she didn't have to do it. We know for a fact she had other options. She didn't have to go to deadly force first, because it wasn't no deadly force facing her. Now, say for instance, if Romeca was about to run her over with her car or something, and she wanted to stop the threat, maybe she could have got away with it that way. You know what I'm saying? But what harm was 120-pound woman with no weapon and a man that stands 6 feet that work out and bench press what he bench press? What harm was coming to you to where you needed a weapon? Now, let's say Romeca jumped on her, and then Holly had to scuffle to try to get to the weapon and then fire. Then, yeah, then okay, she justified, because you can't. You know what I'm saying? Because it was danger coming to her. So let me finish reading it. It says that in the state of Illinois, to convict a defendant of first-degree murder, the prosecution must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the individual killed another person without lawful justification, and that in performing an act that caused the death, the defendant met any one of the following mental state or circumstances required. Okay, y'all please smack the thumbs up and subscribe to the channel if you have not. So, it says the defendant met any one of the following mental state or circumstance requirements. It says the defendant intended to kill or inflict great bodily harm on the victim or another individual. Yeah, that can be proven by the amount of shots that was fired. 3 of them in one jam, from my understanding. So how many do it take to eliminate a threat? That would just be one. But this person showed that she intended to unalive her. It says, or inflict great bodily. So 3 bullets, you know what that's going to do. Right? You didn't render no aid. You didn't call no cops. You know what I'm saying? Like, she intended to do that. And I said that before. She knew what she wanted to do, and that's what she did. It says the defendant knew their act would cause the death of a victim or another individual. She knew that. That's 3. That's 2 right there. The defendant knew that their acts created a strong possibility of death or great bodily harm to the victim or another individual. Absolutely, she knew that. I heard it was hollow points, 9mm. You know what you gonna do. They wasn't that far away either. Close enough to get blood and stuff on her hands and stuff. Like, what else was going on? What else was going on? Because they also saying that they moved her and all that, or something like that. So I mean, if you was in fear, you should have been backing up from that person. They both had that obligation to do so. And because she was the one raising hell in the courthouse all the time, surely she was going to make sure that was together, right? Make sure that she was away from her. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, 3 bullets, possibly 4 of them. The defendant knew that their actions created a strong possibility of death. Okay, so the defendant was committing or attempting to commit a forcible felony. So that's not it, other than second-degree murder during which the unaliving occurred, known as felony murder. Forcible felonies include crimes such as burglary, robbery, arson, kidnapping, essay, and aggravated battery. So we ain't talking about that. But all of the stuff that I just read, I don't. Why can't they prove it? They definitely can prove all of that. And so, and she didn't have an active order of protection, and she wasn't scared. Yeah, and the fist bump being mentioned. Thank you, Paula. The fist bump being mentioned, celebrating the unaliving of a person. And also, alley oop, pretty much like good job. We did that, Blessed, highly favored. Welcome in, fam. Said they call it a true bill with the 6 charges. When my true bill came in for my charges, I was charged during my trial and sentence. So Holly is done. Really? Really? So the new charges that they let me see what I got on that, because let me see. Oh man. I had something, it kind of broke down the charges that they attached, and it came out like it was 6 different murder charges, but that don't make sense to me because it's only one person. But of course, I can't never find something that I'm looking for too fast while I'm live. Hold on. So this, I'm gonna go back to this and I'm gonna look up true bill. So they were supposed to go back to court on July 14th. But they ended up I'm guessing, Romeca wasn't there, and that's when she was ordered by default. But the court has said, so July 14th at 1:30 for the respondent for an attorney. So Romeca has said that she wanted to, they had asked Holly, was she going to be representing herself in the next hearing that they had? And Holly said, yeah, but Romeca said that she wanted to obtain an attorney. So right here is she said it says the holiday may be July after the holidays, which after the 4th of July, maybe the 14th or the 21st. The court said, all right, how about July 14th at 1:30? That works for you, ma'am. Romeca says yes, and the court says, all right, Miss Johnson, does July 14th work for you, ma'am? And Holly says yes. So the court said July 14th at 1:30 for the respondent for attorney. And at one point, the attorney had said they couldn't push it out to August or whatever. This is when she's talking about the rumors, the boils, and all of that stuff. And then I had heard that she also called DCFS. I didn't see that, didn't come up in court. And then I'm gonna go and try to like read verbatim what they were saying. But this is just some little snippets here. So like I said, good thing that Romeca was able to speak up for herself, saying things against what Holly was saying, and Holly wasn't scared, because you posting up what you want to post. And then Romeca laughing my ass off because I don't want him can have him, please, on my life. I don't care. I would not give a F. Just let me and my baby be at peace on my son. So the only peace that Los was gonna let her be in is the peace that she's in now. It's like you can't leave him. You gonna either fall in line or you gonna fall out, pretty much. I mean, that's what I'm getting. Because look at that. I don't know the date on this. In connecting it with the TPOs and all of that, it didn't come in. It didn't come up. But one thing that did come up in court is that Los told her that she was malicious. It was malicious on her part. Even the baby daddy said that. So he was definitely playing the middle, like I said, and he was doing stuff to her too. We heard him say that he went to her job trying to get her fired. So I just don't know. I'm guessing that all of the stuff was happening within them couple months, that they wasn't really communicating like that. It had got really bad sometime, right after June. June is what it sounds like, is when it all fell out. They probably fell out after this June court hearing, because he did say that they wasn't talking for 2 months and they started back in August. So that would be around June, right? So yeah, they was into it, hadn't talked after this court thing. She was upset. And then he also posted Holly. Look, yeah, that's super goofy. Now, this is what Romeca posted, talking about him busting her side door, sliding doors and all that. When they went to court in June, she didn't mention him doing this, but she did mention that she was in the process of moving and all of this stuff. I seen that it was evictions that popped up for her and all kind of stuff. She was going through it. That's why when she wrote that note, she was like, even when my world is falling apart, I'm going to make sure yours is good. She was going through hell dealing with this dude. She was trying to get him out of her system. And then bam, just because he needed to get her one day, bam, they cool again. You know what I'm saying? And that's kind of, she get trapped with him that way, because he's a master manipulator. She's in love with him. Get caught up with him. And I mean, you just got to get away from people like that. But then somebody had posted, yeah, that's super goofy. He did all that ish to you, then posted another B on his IG. Shaking my head, Inga, be over weird. They be over weird. And so, I mean, look at this. And so that tells me, oh, okay, you done with me? Bam, I'm going to post my newbie. It's like he is the type that ain't going to let you one-up him. And like I mentioned, he was playing with her feelings, emotions, by posting her. You know what I'm saying? He was trying to show people, look at her, look at her. I ain't gonna cuss. I had decided I wasn't gonna cuss her out no more. Yeah, because you decided you was gonna save all her text messages for this moment. We're here right now. That's what he did. I mean, pretty much that's what he said. So let's listen at Holly right quick. And if y'all heard, let me see what y'all saying. If y'all heard him on that phone call, right? Y'all just listen at what this woman is saying, and how he was trying to convince us that, oh, Holly wasn't that type. She wasn't jealous. But listen at everything that Holly is saying, which it proves premeditation. Thank you, Katissa. Thank you. Extremely accurate analysis. Thank you, Black Paris. Yeah, this guy, he is a dangerous person. You know, he comes off as this, because he was telling a lady, did you hear that? You hear how I was talking to her? What did you think? See, because he was saying stuff like, he was pissing her off, and then when she get mad, saying F you, I hate you, and all the stuff that she would say, all kind of stuff, right? Because she's frustrated. And his response, oh, baby mama, you shouldn't say that. I love you, baby mama. That's so evil. Don't say that. Sitting up playing on this woman's top. That's what he was doing. And that's what he admitted to. Right? Like, do you think that we can't see right through you, dude? They was in love with you. We not. Good morning, Harper Rowe. Welcome in. We see you. You know, I'm sorry. Let's listen at what he done told Holly. Because where's she getting this information from? And like I said, Holly would have never jumped off the curb without an approval. Because Look, if you playing the other woman, you gonna play the other woman. You already know he got somebody, so you gonna play your part. But once you think that woman is out of the picture, and he telling you this, that, and the third, he done with her, he mad. When he really mad because Romeca wouldn't play her role. He wanted her to just be a number. He wanted her to be a sister wife, basically. Yeah, I got all these women and you need to fall in line. She wasn't trying to, and she showed him something different by changing her phone number. So he knew that it was over. And he wanted to get her back too, in my opinion. Like, oh, you think you gonna run off and do this? Oh, you know, because he had also said in that conversation that he didn't have nobody when he talking about they do family stuff in December. I didn't have nobody, she didn't have nobody, so you know, we family. I'm a family man. So that was his explanation for doing this. Yet Holly is about to drop. And he want us to believe that Holly said, call me when you done with the family, but she's doing this. When did she do this video? Let's listen.
Never want to be a bitch. That was Carlies for almost 3 years. And that motherfucker still raggedy was just on the side of the road the other day, stuck, looking for a ride.
So did she call Los for a ride? The reason why she know that? You know what I'm saying? And so are you mad because your man still jump up? He ain't your man. And he told us that. We know that he ain't settling with nobody. If he was going to settle with somebody, you would have thought it would have been Romeca, right? I even remember hearing him say, damn, baby mama, like after she gone and he see all the love that she got. That was one of his responses. Like, damn, baby mama. Yeah, she was the one. She was that star. Y'all could have really did this together, because Holly, she lives in Romeca's shadows, in my opinion, from what I'm seeing. And she couldn't keep her mind off of Romeca because she knew that Romeca really had Carlos. Like, he was going through some stuff, not being able to talk to her for a couple months. She seen his reactions and stuff. She seen what it was. But she was powered. She was powered when he felt like it was over. She done did too much now. It's go. This is my opinion and alleged.
That piece of shit. I would never want to be a bitch that's living in a hotel for 2 months, or was it 3 months?
Was she living in a hotel because she was being stalked and her windows was being busted and she was trying to go to safety? I mean, she was, I heard it was some evictions going on, you know. She had to leave places that got busted up, from my understanding. So who was causing her all of this grief? Who? But the person that we hear right now that want us to believe him, that he's a good guy. Holly got a huge ass forehead. So I'm gonna play, not play anything, but let me go over some of the stuff that I had wrote down. But also let me write was she though, didn't matter though. Yep, he admitted it. Okay. He lived an hour away and knew so much. She lived an hour away and knew so much. Exactly. But he want us to believe, oh, you know, I ain't had nothing to do with nothing. And, you know, I was just trying to keep them apart. But he made a comment about, he didn't really want to say it, you know, but he said that Holly, she wasn't engaging. She was just standing up. That verbatim is what he said. She wasn't engaging. She was just standing up. He also claims if he knew that Holly wanted to bring harm to Romeca, he would have never just stood there, or he would never stand beside her or be with her in any capacity if he thought that she was going to, she wanted to hurt Romeca. So that let us know that, and then when he says she wasn't engaging and she was just standing up, he fully support Holly. So you only fully support somebody if you involved in it, you know, and if they was doing crimes together, perhaps that would also help him to stand by her side. Then he said, you know, kind of like remorseful. If I would have used force, could I have saved the situation? Now, to me, that was very telling to call it a situation. We talking about Romeca, but he didn't say her name, and that's a big red flag. He said that. Go listen. He said that anytime they avoid saying a name, to me is a sign of guilt, or guilty of something. How do you call it a situation? If I would have used force, could I have saved the situation? Maybe I could have saved the situation. Damn, man. Can't go back in time. Well, I mean, if you wasn't playing two women against each other, you could have saved it that way. You could have prevented it. But everybody do have an obligation to leave a situation, and Romeca was really trying to do that, and then she got baited back in when her help needed his help, and that's all he wanted to happen. You know what I'm saying? So, what was that? Oh, true bill. Let's see. Let me see, what is a true bill. And then I'm gonna go to this last TPO, order of protection thing that they had. But shout out to all of y'all. Thank y'all for tuning in, and y'all please smack the thumbs up and subscribe to the channel. Drop down in the chat and let me know what y'all think about what y'all hearing. Okay. And I remember hearing something about the Safety Act too.
True bill.
It says a true bill indictment found by a grand jury to be supported by sufficient evidence to justify the hearing of case. So an example of a true bill is a grand jury reviews evidence against an individual accused of like theft in this thing. But I don't want to know that. And hold on, true bill. Okay, so in Illinois, a true bill for first-degree murder means a grand jury found enough evidence, probable cause, to formally indict you. Oh, okay. So that's where we at. Wait, who said that? Who told me about the true bill? I forgot the name. Shout out to Dr. Kings for Romeca. Okay, welcome in. I wish I could have went to the court hearing today. Are you there? Were you there at the other one? I would never understand how Holly stood there and watched Carlos and Romeca talk for 9 minutes, and I would have left. Exactly. But why was she so invested? Because she had an obligation too, as being the petitioner. And noted they calling her a petitioner. It was a petition, not a order. And it was she didn't have nothing. Even if she did, what she did was too much. But let me finish reading this. It says a true bill for first-degree murder means a grand jury found enough evidence, probable cause, to formally indict her. So that might be what they're gonna be talking about today in court. Welcome in, new subby. Thank you, Doctor. Let's get it. Yes, justice for Romeca all day over here. Because I'm on the side of right, man, and I just cannot. This is crazy. I've never seen nothing like it. I've been reporting crime since 2020, and I've never seen like two whole groups of people battling like they are. But I mean, it's also good because Carlos and his people is going up and stuff over on those channels, and it's allowing us to, hear their side. And it ain't gonna be favorable for you. But so yeah, they found a grand jury found enough evidence to probable cause to formally indict you, essentially saying the evidence supports charging you with intentionally unaliving someone, knowing it would cause the death. Yeah, I mean that's proven. Or causing the unaliving during another serious felony, which that ain't what it was, leading to potential life sentences or decades in prison under strict laws like truth in sentencing. So, what true bill means is indictments is formal accusations by a grand jury that there's enough evidence to proceed to trial for first degree murder. That sounds like that's what's happening. Probable cause. The grand jury decided there's probable cause, not proof beyond a reasonable doubt to believe you committed the crime. The grand jury decided there's probable cause, not proof beyond a reasonable doubt to believe. Okay, so what first degree unaliving involves in Illinois is intent. You intended to unalive or cause great bodily harm, which we already went through this, or knew your actions would create a strong probable or death or serious injury. Yeah, 3 bullets, you knew that. Felony murder, you caused a death while committing or attempting felony. And even if you didn't intend to cause a death, so she number one, like intent. She had intent. And then it says serious charge is the most severe homicide charge carrying severe penalties. Okay, so serious charge is most severe. Okay. And then it says potential penalties in Illinois: harsh sentencing. First degree unaliving convictions in Illinois often fall under truth in sentencing, meaning you serve 100% of your sentence. And then it says long prison terms. So sentences can range from decades to natural life. Wow. And then a takeaway, it says a true bill on first degree murder charge means you're officially facing trial for a very serious crime with potentially life-altering consequences in Illinois, requiring a robust legal defense. So, man, thank you to whoever told me that. Yeah, so it sounds like she is cooked in Cook County, like I've been hearing some people say she cooked in Cook County. Right, bam, bam, neither have I. You always have good content. I'm always watching. Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate it. I definitely appreciate it. And also, let me put in the call-in number. If anybody want to call in and give your opinion about today and what may happen, or if what y'all think about the case, period, I'll just give y'all the opportunity. If you want to say something and you don't want it to be, you don't want to answer, you don't want to do it live, you could just leave a message. Goodness gracious. But yeah, if you want to give me any information, you can call this number and leave a message. If I'm not live, you might not get me, but you'll get you could leave a message. But if anybody want to call in right now and introduce yourself, let me know what you think about the Romeca case, the family, and all of that. Shout out to Tabany in the building. Hey, Miss V, good morning to you. How are you doing today? I'm doing good. Thank you for asking. I'm still getting used to my full-time job. So I can't go live as much as I would want to, but I'm trying to get better. But yeah, I've been doing this for 5 years. I consider myself a crime sleuth over here. I really like to get a little bit deeper. It's just questions that I have for myself and stuff, and I like to speak with facts and show receipts and stuff like that. Imagine doing life for a dude who doesn't claim you. Okay? It's like, and he literally does not claim her. Okay? He said that. He was single. He ain't with nobody. This type of guy, like I said, he lives that party lifestyle. That's just the way it is. Oh, thank you, Doctor. Keep standing up for justice for Roe. We'll catch the replay. Thank you so much for the super sticker. I appreciate your support. But thank you, Bam Bam. Girl. Okay. Love when you speak on different panels. Oh, okay, I'm gonna have to catch you on some panels. Yeah, I'm gonna have to catch you. I don't know any of the people, but I am getting familiar with some of the channels that talk about her. I know Cold Piece. We was covering an Isaiah Harris case, and that's when I met Cold Piece, and she's a cool creator. I know that she went today, so I can't wait to hear what she come back with. So shout out to Cold Piece. I also been listening to Keys, some of his information. I can't believe that they received another child after unaliving, conceived another child after unaliving her. And you know what? That is cold-blooded and very telling. When I tell you, I said, now you got to be out of your mind to do that and think that. And I'm glad you brought that up, because there was another conversation that it was the other panel that he was on that came up, and they was, laughing and saying, name the baby this and all of this stuff. When I tell you, that man was like a mouse. You could hear a mouse pissing on cotton when that other baby came up. He didn't say it wasn't his child. He didn't say it is. He didn't say nothing. He changed the subject when they was talking about it, and they brought it up a couple times. He didn't want to hear nothing about, he didn't want to talk about no baby. And he didn't. And then he got off right after that. So he never acknowledged the baby. So for whoever said that, he said, I guess at some point he had said that he hadn't been with her or something. I heard that he said that he hadn't been with her since the day that it happened, which means to me, like, that's another thing that don't make sense, that people are saying, oh, she slept in her car. No, if they had sex that morning, then that mean that they was cool, right? They was good. I remember reading that his car pulled up around 8:30 over there. So what time? Wait, they put up at 8:30. What time did Romeca pull up? Was it 8:51 and she was unalive by 9:06? I don't have it in front of me, but they was out there for a long time. If the camera captured him pulling up at 8:30, so and they said that she was moving a baby from his car to hers, so that would indicate that she was in the car with him. So I don't know if that's true or not, and I don't know where that stuff came from, because I haven't been here from the start of it and hearing all of the things. I'm just like starting from where I'm starting from. He only mentions Amir. Yep. And I heard him say that he wanted to post Carson, right? He wanted to post Carson, but they might make a meme out of him. So he cares what other people say. Oh, let's finish this video with her talking. Let's go here.
I would never want to be a bitch that gotta move every year. I would never want to be a bitch that got cheated on for 8 years, 9 years straight. Not a month, not a day off. Cheated on the whole time. I would never want to be a bitch. I would never want to be a.
So how does she know that, and what makes her think it ain't gonna be her next? That's what's so crazy. And then somebody said that this B had to do another video. So Was it two different videos of her? Was she talking mess? Do these videos say different things? I don't know because I don't have the original video, but all of that stuff that she just said, she would never be that, but you that at 100%, because she the biggest food, being pregnant in prison. Like, man, listen, you gotta hand your baby straight to somebody else. It's awful. And whoever the godparents was, I hope they really take it seriously and help with the baby, like I said before. But this woman ain't scared. Look at her face. She ain't scared. See, the great part about all of this is they have all the court proceedings, all of her back and forth with the courts, how she was reacting, how she was acting, how emotional she was during those times, and being able to compare how she was on the scene. Like, all of this stuff is going to be helpful, you know, I would think. I would think that they would look back all because it's all relevant. Especially since that was the first thing she hollered out on the scene. That was the first thing. I got a CCL and a restraining order. She never mentioned in court that she had got a weapon either. But I had heard somewhere in June, but I don't know because the court proceedings happened in June too. So yeah, all this mess, but we supposed to believe that you scared.
A bitch that call a nigga phone non.
I wonder how many times she calling somebody phone nonstop from prison that ain't getting answered. You see what I'm saying? Like, boy, that grave they was digging for Romeca, they definitely fell right in it with her. Your life is over. Over. You cannot ever recover from this. So if she think that she was tired of hearing about Romeca, then she will forever think about this woman. How can you not? When that's the reason why you behind bars. Now, he did what he did, right? But she should have been smart enough to walk away too. Like, why she's sitting up here acting like everything is just happening to Romeca, it sounds like she fell for the same trap. Real hard. Exactly why didn't she tell the judge she had exactly. I would never unalive my baby daddy ex because I'm jealous of her. Okay. Like, it's so much that can be said about her. Like, that says a whole lot. Shout out to young Riaz in the building. How you doing? I asked who she talking about then. Yeah, she talking about Romeca in this video. Just wicked. Exactly, Bam Bam. This same one when she said Amir had that's the same video she said that in. Wow. So yeah, see how people cut out bits and pieces of stuff, and so I haven't heard the whole thing or got it from anywhere original. Now he said anything she wanted, because pretty much they was asking him, do he love his baby mama and all of this, and so he went into buying things. Like, buying things is how he showed his love. Allegedly, he claimed that he was even paying for the trips that she was going on, and but when he told the story again, it didn't make sense because he was saying, that Romeca, he would pay for her trips. He was buying her clothes and shoes too. And he was still doing this, that, and the third. Of course, I couldn't go with her because I was on house arrest. And he said she would be, I didn't used to say nothing about her posting stuff on IG. Like, she pretty much would say, like, it sounded like she was fussing at him for him saying that he pays for it. And he was like, I'm like, nah, you can post whatever you want. You taking care of my son, hell yeah, you paid for it. But it didn't. If you listen at the conversation, it sounds like the conversation was being had because he had a problem with her saying that, making it look like she was paying for it herself. Now, me knowing how a narcissist is, just from my research that I did just this week, he wouldn't want her to take the credit for something that he do. That ain't that, hell no. A narcissist want all of his damn credit. He want to be able to rub it in your face and use it against you, and kind of play with your heart with certain things. So, yeah, they're not gonna want you to take the credit for something that they doing. So somehow they had a conversation about that, but he trying to make it seem like he was cool with her taking the credit for it. You take care of him, you do it big, do your big one. I don't mind. Yeah, okay. But yeah, he relates love to material things, like anything she wants concerning his son. Um if he got it. If he argued, wait, if he argued with Ro, is told to call her. Oh, yeah. So if they're into it, right, and she cuss him out, he'll just tell her, call, all right, baby mama, you be all right. Just call me in 2 days, and then he'll hang up. You know good and well, a person that's mad is blowing fire out of their nose when you plan on a top like that. Welcome in, Valerie. Grand rising to you. Both Carlos and Holly are diabolical. Welcome in, Nell Lee. Exactly. I mean, slow motion bust for show, in my opinion. No, I didn't catch that. He needs to invest in some sense. Look, the man has a party lifestyle. Okay, the area, there was an area on State Street that Romeca was arrested on. That place. As a matter of fact, let me pull it up. There's a place that she was arrested at when she caught this black eye. But a couple things stood out to me, and I hope I'm not all over the place, because it's just a lot that I'm looking at. Let's see. So let me move this right quick. And hopefully I'm not missing too many of y'all comments. I would never do time for a baby daddy who planned this whole thing. Okay? I would, man. Her, I would never. I ain't got nothing on what she was talking about with Romeca. Romeca was going through all that. She was being beat down, y'all, in every way. She was working 16-hour shifts. She said that. Let me see. She said that I work 16-hour shifts. That's why she wanted to wait to be able to get a lawyer and all of this stuff. And then I heard that they had her trick talking about they wasn't gonna press charges or something. And I don't know though. I don't know how true that is. But of course I can't find what I'm looking for. I probably don't even have it in here. I got so many screenshots. Okay, yeah. I must not have it in here, the one that I was trying to say. So let me stick to this, what I got up here. I do be wanting to hear what y'all got to say, but it definitely get me off of what I'm doing. That's funny. But okay, so this is State Street, right? So there, one of the things that I was interested in is the parking. It's a park by plate, which I don't know what that means, but it's meters. It's meters over there. Maybe that's what it means, that you pay the meter and you can park there. This is a business that, like, this place right here is no longer open, but you can see that it is a soul food with a twist of drinks and music. And then right attached to it is a THC cafe. So this would be the perfect area to be in, if you on house arrest or anything like that. You could still live a party lifestyle. And the other part of it is black owned. Okay, it is identified by black owned. So if I go up a little bit, and like I said, this is where the parking is at. It say that it's parking by plate, and I see some meters there. So I'm just still trying to understand why they didn't park here. On this street if this person reside on the street. But we can see the sharks and all of that stuff right here, which is where some of the footage came from this sharks. And then I guess right around this corner is the green line and all of that stuff. This is where the crosswalk, and this is the area that it happened in. So I did also notice, like, depending on what you're looking at, it kind of comes up differently. But that's yeah, it kind of comes up differently because looking here, let me see. See, it's a big empty. It's kind of empty here. The school is is down here. But see, it's empty. But they was parked right here. They was parked like right here on this corner area. I'm still not understanding. You could see the sharks and all that down the street. That's where we was just at. Why on earth would you park over here? I heard something about a green line, a subway or something over here. Some of the footage came from these areas. It's a lot of cameras around here. So, not to mention people, different angles of cell phone footage. Because, and people saying that fist bump, it had to be true if the judge is talking about it, I would think. Bus. I don't know where the subway at. I'm somewhere over here, I thought. Oh, or is it a White Castle? I'm thinking. Maybe it's the White Castle. Yeah, it is White Castle, not Subway. So I think this, I remember being at this, the green line, right? Sir Mac McCormick. I mean, this where the bus stop at, y'all? Is that what they mean by green line? I see a bus stop here. Okay, so look, I'm getting off track. Hold on. Let me see. Romeca's aunt said it's pics of Holly wearing Romeca's bracelet and jewelry too. Are you kidding me? Man, I gotta put up my dictionary out. Why? Katessa, no, I didn't catch that. Okay, need to invest in some sense. No, I can't catch that. Okay, okay, now let me go back to what I was saying about the phone call that happened. So one of the first questions that they asked is, do you hate your baby mamas? And he was just like, hell no, he loves them. Hold on, let me. So then, like I said, when explaining the type of love that he had for her, he related that to money and buying her shoes, telling her to keep her money. She would tell him, oh, I want to go buy my son some shoes, and he would say, keep your money. As a matter of fact, buy him 2 pair of shoes and 2 outfits. You know what I'm saying? That's what he was saying. And then 2 days late, that would be like 2 days later after an argument. So he was just kind of, and nothing. He ain't tripping about nothing too bad. And then again, they got into how they just started back talking in August. She cussed him out so bad. He said that she cussed him out so bad, and he didn't have her number, but changed his too. She was calling from the son's phone number. And he said it was a time I wasn't gonna cuss her out no more for a year. He got a year of cussing text messages where he would tell her, damn, baby mama, calm down. That was evil. Stop saying that. I love you, baby mama. Talk to you in 2 days. He told the person, I have proof. I can show it to you. See what I'm saying? So that let me know, yeah, you were collecting proof. That's exactly what you were doing for this moment. So, and he was saying something like, oh, woo, woo, woo. He tells her, you gonna be cool. You'll be cool in 2 days. So that's letting me know it's something that he doing that she don't like, probably Holly or something. I'm sure they was going back and forth with Holly because she was doing way too much. And then he said she would talk reckless in text messages. He said, I said that I wasn't gonna cuss her out no more in text messages, and I did just that. I know why she was mad and angry. I used to cheat all the time. I used to cheat a lot. So he knows why she was mad and angry. But for what reason would he not be in agreement with her being upset? Because he wants her to bow down to him. He wants her to just fall in line. I know this ain't the way you thought it was gonna be, but if you want to be with me, then you have to accept all of my exes who I keep around, who still hang out with my mama. You gotta accept all this if you want to be with me. It's either that or nothing. And then Holly, if you want to be with me, then you gotta accept Romeca, because we a family. You know what I'm saying? You gotta walk in her shadows too. It's just crazy that she was dumb enough to fall for that and be a part of it. So she gonna say she might have thought that he was a nice guy. Get out of here. Now, did he said that when he was talking about he wasn't gonna cuss her out no more? He goes on, oh, well, I don't know what she was thinking, and I'm thinking, oh, he's talking about this new him, this new thing that he's doing. He don't really know what she thinking, but he want us to believe that everything is good. He was setting all of this up. Of course, the calm person is always the person doing the recording, making you look crazy. And now behind the scenes, he's showing certain content creators, he's letting them listen to it. But I heard today, I think it was this morning, I heard one of those releases. Let me see if I can find it really quick. I found a guy. There's a content creator named One Life Podcast who played it this morning, or I seen it this morning. Let me see if I can find it. We seen like a snippet of it where Romeca was mad, asking him why he lying, but it sounds like it was a little bit more of it than I seen originally. Oh, look, this is wait, let me see something right quick. Hold on, because I just ran across what I was looking for earlier about the 6 counts. Hold on, y'all. Let's see if I can get this. Which I should have it already. But yeah, so it's like he's releasing stuff that's making Romeca look bad. You know, that's he trying to. That's why when he was talking to Tia, he was like, when they hear my story, the real story ain't even out. That's the kind of mess that he talking about. Like, get out of here. Let me see if I can see it this way, because that ain't working. My bad, y'all. Shout out to the 224 people in the building. Y'all, please smack that thumbs up if you haven't. Okay, so I got it. It says, I'm looking at 6 counts of murder, right? But now attached to it, it says intent to kill, injury with a firearm. So this is, man, wait, is this the true bill part of it? Is that what we looking at? So attached to number 1 charge, murder charge, is to unalive, injure with a firearm. And then it says 3, same charge, to unalive. And then it says discharge firearm. Then it has a number. I don't know. I'm going to just read them. This is 3, though. It says to unalive, structure, discharge, firearm, proximity. So it sounds like they adding a school, like being in a school zone area, I would think, with a firearm in proximity of a school, maybe. It don't say school, but that's the only thing I can think of. Then I'm at number 4. It says injury, firearm. So yeah, that kind of sounds like what I was reading, the true bill attachments. I don't know though. Then I'm at number 5. It says, all of them says to unalive, and then it says injury, discharge, firearm. Number 6, injury, discharge, firearm. So those are things that got attached to it, is the way that I'm looking at it. I could be wrong, but I don't think so. Carlos scared because he knows that fist bump exists and he knows we all seen it. So you was one of them that actually seen it? Oh, DeMarcus said he's seen it. I saw the first bump, the fist bump. Whoa, okay. So I have heard some people say that it vanished from the original video. Okay, so hey, there it is. Like, look, at first I was like, well, they definitely charging her strong, but if they got that, they got that. You know what I'm saying? Like, it sounds like they got everything they need. Let's see. The L station is the green line. Okay. Good morning. Keep up the good work. Keith watching. You from Chicago. Shout out to Keith from Chicago. Thank you, fam. I hope you subscribe. Let's see. He just getting here in news yet, waiting patiently. To look up some words mentioned, diabolical is 1. Oh. That's what you're talking about. Okay. The green line is the L station. I don't know what the L station is. See, another, his thing, I got proof. I can show you. I can tell you. Yeah, okay, that's why. Because I heard his one friend saying that he wouldn't have been able to take her for 1 minute, like the way that she talked, reckless and all of that. But yeah, he knew what he was doing. He knew that he was pushing their buttons. So one thing that I'm looking at that has Holly's name attached to it is a consumer fraud small claims charge, and it says that she have court for this set for wait no hold on, the date on it, it says activity date 11/25/25. The date that it was filed was 11/19/2025. Wait, so she got in some type of trouble after unaliving Romeca? Is that what I'm looking at here? If this is her, it is under her name, Quadasia Johnson. I don't have it in here to show y'all. But hold on. Let me see if I can see something more on here. Yeah, that's wild if that's what happened. Hold on, let me look at something else, y'all. Yeah, so he Los pretty much was like his motive for her was like, well, if she did this, let me not do that and go back and forth. So that was his motives for her. Like that kind of didn't make sense to me. But I'm looking for something right quick. Hold on. Y'all please take the time to smack that thumbs up. But yeah, this a total fail. If they thought that they would be able to do this or she would be able to do this and just live carefree, they looking at all of your actions out there on the scene. And I mean, I don't even know how she was able to just stand there and just peer down at Romeca. um didn't flinch, you know what I'm saying? Like, look, and how did she get the, the blood and all that all over her? How? All over her shoes. That showed that she was within a close distance of Romeca. So I would love for them to explain all of that to us. How was you close enough to get all that on your hands? What were you doing? He talking about he didn't know what she used to think, but she knew I loved her. I used to do everything for her. And that's crazy too, because he did 4 years of house arrest, so he was able, in his little domain, doing exactly what he want to do, and have like, I mean, you in a party area, basically a party house. You could look out your window and call females to you. You could stand outside. I mean, because that place, that eatery place, on State Street, they had music and all kind of stuff, and the THC cafe, they have all kind of stuff going on there. Like on Fridays and Saturdays, they close at 2 o'clock in the morning. I think I seen somewhere where they have bingo and all kind of stuff. Let me, I've been looking at so much stuff, y'all. And another thing that I looked at is, because the first thing that I said when I found out that Holly was pregnant, I'm like, how could he even get hurt? You know what I'm saying? Like, if you had any love for Romeca left, how could you sit here doing all that he did, You know, something else that you don't hear him talk about is the trauma of it. He watched her die. The trauma of it that he should be going through right now. I mean, how many people have he watched take their last breath? How many people have he seen get fired on 3 times? How many? Where's the shock? Where's the trauma, the outrage, the regret, the remorse? Where is it right there on the scene? I don't see it. I don't see it. I mean, this was devastating. This is your son's mother. And I don't see nothing. He got more emotion talking about the social media and how people are pretty much calling for his arrest and his demise. He's too busy wanting to explain that to people. Not even thinking about his baby, his son, his firstborn. This is the same woman that he said is the reason why he's a good daddy. He said that. She's the reason why he's a good daddy. Now, Valentine's Day, he said he took his nephew. He took him to his nephew's basketball game on Valentine's Day when Holly just had the baby in February, the beginning of February, 2nd, 8th, or somewhere around there, right? Him and Romeca went and picked his son up. He said nephew basketball game. Then he said cousin, uncle. Then he said uncle hoop to go hoop. Ro asked him if she could come. He said it wasn't a date. It was a 30-minute game. It wasn't a big deal. Then when they asked him about the matching pajamas, he said, I think when I was on house arrest, she had no one and I didn't have nobody either. Yeah. And then when she asked him about Holly, like, so even though you was Holly was pregnant or y'all wasn't in a relationship, and he said, yeah, So, yeah, that's what he said. A real blasé about it. So, yeah, he admitted to the Christmas pajamas. Yeah, that was Christmas. I was on house arrest, I guess. So was these the matching things that old girl was talking about she would never do? Why would you never do it? Because you never did? Like, he really wasn't posting her like that at all. She knew that she was in Romeca's shadows. And she knew what she did. She intended to take her life. She didn't want to eliminate the threat that she claims that was approaching her. She just wanted to eliminate her altogether because she was sick of her. She was tired of her coming back and, being apart, even though she got a kid. But he want us to believe, yeah, I used to tell Holly I'm going to see my baby mama. And, she'd be like, all right. She wasn't jealous. Call me when you're done with the family. Wasn't no, oh, no, out with that. Not he claimed it wasn't no like, oh, when I see her out, I'm going to do this. It wasn't no back and forth. Yet we have them in court, y'all. That makes no sense. Through all of this, Deja is in court. And also, I was even looking at, like, she would have had to get pregnant like October 15th if she was 7 weeks at the time that she was arrested. Somewhere around there. So right after unaliving Romeca, they had some great stuff. You know what I'm saying? That whole makeup, let's forget about the past. Let's start our own thing. Let me one up her with another baby. So I could really be the main one. I got 2. that you're having for somebody else now because you can't take care of your own child. So I want to go over like a little bit more like verbatim what they said in court. So let me see if I can get this. So one of the things that's weird is just like how they're identifying the court, calling it a domestic. Look how in the circuit court, Cook County, Illinois, domestic relations, and then it says the marriage of Quabaja Johnson, the petitioner, and Romeca name is there, but it's cut off. So they ain't spelled it right. They calling them a married couple. It's domestic. So it's a lot of back and forth. It sounds like the court was confused if they was in a relationship or not. You know what I'm saying? Like they even was calling Romeca a he at one point when she wasn't in the court. So it says Johnson. Wait, hold on. Johnson versus Romeca Blackman. And it says the respondent, Romeca. I'm sorry. That's how you say it. Okay, hold on. I'm a little bit too far. Okay, so it says Romeca, I'm sorry, that's how you say it. Court, sorry, ma'am, thank you. Ma'am, state your name for the record, please. And the petitioner was Quadeja Johnson, she says. All right, thank you, respondent. Oh, it says, all right, thank you. But at the same time that Holly was saying her name, Romeca said ugly. So it says, they was like, hold on. It says court. Sorry, ma'am. Thank you. Can you state your name? Quadeja Johnson. All right. Thank you. And Romeca says ugly. So I'm sure they didn't like that she even said that. Because this is the court when they was like, you not doing nothing to help your case. But her and Holly was going back and forth. So, ma'am, state your name for the record. Quadeja Johnson. All right, thank you. Ugly, says the respondent. The court. Miss Blackman, can you state your name for the record, please? Romeca Blackman. Okay, hold on. Okay, and she said Romeca Blackman, the court. Thank you so much. So, Ms. Johnson, you filed a petition for an emergency stalking no contact order. Let me move this. In December of last year. It's taken a while for hold on. So keep in mind, y'all, this is June. And he just reminded her that you filed this in December, acknowledging that it's taken a while. And then so it says, Ms. Johnson, you filed for petition for an emergency stalking no contact order in December of last year. It's taken a while for service, but it looks like Ms. Blackman is now in court. Ms. Johnson, do you wish to move forward with your petition? Yes. And Ms. Blackman, Miss Johnson, do you wish to move forward with your petition? Yes. And Miss Blackman, have you been served? I guess, wait, hold on, I'm waiting for it. And Miss Blackman, have you been served or been notified that Miss Johnson filed a petition for stalking no contact order against you? And I do believe this is when she says yes, she found out when she went and tried to get one on her. So that is a good thing that Romeca was seeing the plays and she was trying to help herself. She said, yes, when I was notified, she said, yes, I was notified when I tried to actually go put one on her because she knows where I live and knows where I work. And I've never seen her again in my life. So we share the same child's father. So this is where her energy is coming from. She literally said that. Literally. That says a lot, y'all. And this same person is playing damage control with the content creators. I'm going to read that again. Yes, I was notified when I tried to actually go put one on her. She knows where I live and knows where I work. And I've never seen her again in my life. So we share the same child's father. So this is where her energy is coming from. But Carlos want everybody to believe, he just this nice guy who ain't gonna argue with her no more, text or whatever, but he's playing both sides. He's when he mad at Romeca, he telling angry things to Holly, and he probably don't talk to Romeca much about Holly, right? But when he's mad at Romeca, he's sharing things with Holly. Because Holly was the other woman. If you the other woman, when you first come on the scene, y'all like buddies, right? Y'all friends. So you kind of like cool with everything at first. But by the time you get pregnant, you ain't never had a baby and all that. Yeah, you want more than that. Shout out to 755 in the building. Shout out to you, fam. I got my picture yesterday. I didn't open it. I got my artwork. I can't wait to open it, though. I wanted to tell you before I do. Don't forget to thumbs up the live stream. Y'all, please smack that thumbs up. What up, though? Yes. Oh, is BFF in the building? I haven't. Oh, shout out to BFF. I have not been looking at the chat. How you doing, girl? It's been a minute. But, okay, hold on. So this is where her energy is coming from. We share, and this is what we're hearing the whole time. They share the same child's father. Who knew? These are her words. We share the same child's father. So this is where her energy is coming from. The court says, okay, let's not do speeches right now, okay? Let's get through what we're doing right now. So they didn't want to hear nothing. You know what I'm saying? Romeca ain't really get a chance to tell her story the way that she wanted to. But guess what? It's on the records, baby. And this can all be taken into consideration for this. Because she hollered that right on the scene. I got a CCL and a restraining order. And she really didn't have no restraining order. So this is very interesting, y'all, to see. Let's see. So the courts popped at her like they didn't want to hear it, and then they said, okay, let's not do speeches right now. Let's get through what we're here for right now. Okay, so Miss Johnson, do you plan to continue to represent yourself in this matter? She says yes. Then they said, okay, and Miss Blackman, do you wish to represent yourself? Hold on. It says, okay, and Miss Blackman, do you plan to represent yourself in this matter, or do you need? And then she said, most likely not. I will probably seek legal counsel. The court said, so what I will do is give you a short date to obtain an attorney. And I don't know why she couldn't have more time, because he was saying that he didn't want to extend it out through August. And that's how they came up with the July court date that she didn't come to. That's the court date, because he told them in this court date that if for whatever reason, if they didn't show up, if they told he told Quadeja, if she didn't show up, that her order would be terminated or thrown out, and if Romeca didn't show up, then she would the order would be granted by default for 2 years. But yeah, so Romeca was wanting an attorney. She didn't want to fight this alone, and we know that she was having difficulty. She was moving back and forth. She was being stalked. She was being harassed. Her job, everywhere, nowhere was peaceful for her. And so she had the courts after her. She had Carlos and Holly after her. She had the landlords after her too, because Carlos allegedly, I mean, he was breaking up stuff, and I don't know, she was working all the time. She was going through a horrible phase. She was going through a horrible time. But so the court says, so what I will do, she said, I will possibly seek legal counsel. So what I will do is give you a short date to try to find legal counsel, and then we will move forward once counsel appears to set this for a hearing date. Okay, so does Wednesday, July 9th at 1:30 work for the parties, Miss Johnson? And Romeca said, no, that doesn't work for me. And it don't work for her because she is a nursing student. She works and all of that stuff. So we gonna get to that part. Hold on. She said, I'm in nursing school and I also work mostly 16-hour shifts. So no, that doesn't work for me. I don't get a break from nursing school until August, honestly, because I take night classes. So that is so sad that, okay, so here's what's in common with August. She'll get a break from her nursing school. So right before she passed, she was on a break. She was on a break. As a matter of fact, her son's first day of school was August 18th. Okay, so let's go back to that post that she had posted on August 20th. So that gives us an idea of what she possibly was going through at that time. She was irritated. She was tired of him doing whatever he was doing, accusing her of being such a hoe. I don't want you. Now let's read this now that we know what he said. because he said that they started back talking the end of August, and it was because he had changed his number, she changed hers. He didn't know that first. She wasn't asking for his help, and his sister needed him to get his son. She had been helping her for the 2 months. So the end of August, when he claiming that they got back cool, she was posting, "How long does it take for a baby daddy to get over his first baby mama?" Asking for myself because this Inga got to get off my D and be a dad. I'm tired of getting popped up on my job and school, ready to get fought on. So this is everything that was going on in the midst of them not talking, okay? Um Go fighting them bees. You clearly don't want. I only argue with you about my son, and I'm a million uh she a million hoes, and he disrespecting her, she sleeping with people and all of this. So see, in them 2 months that they wasn't talking, he was accusing her of messing with somebody else, even though he got a whole woman pregnant, and expect for her to deal with that. If that ain't narcissistic, I don't know what the hell is. So now that we done heard August fly up out of his mouth when she was posting stuff like this in August, now we know everything that he was doing or alleged to be doing during those silent times. So every time he speaks, he tell on himself, because Romeca already spoke up for herself. And the courts can see that. All they got to do is go to her page and just see everything. And her phone and all the back and forths and all of that stuff. Like, so I mean, she's saying right there that she only fuss and fight with him about the son. He admitted that he changed his number because he wanted her to need him. So there you have it. He really was not helping her with her son, and she was frustrated about it. And they was still into it at the end of August, but he said they got back cool. So something ain't adding up. The math ain't mathing right. Okay. And he was accusing her, "I'm such a hoe, but don't want you. On my mama, G, you don't have my number or address." So she confirms that. "I'm tired of you playing with my name on me. Mr. Always say I'ma do or buy my son something and don't. I'm finna start eating you up. I hate you. I hate my baby mama, man." So wait, she called him a baby mama. Because that was supposed to say BD, that say BM. But anyway, yeah. So everything that he said on that call was a damn lie. Everything that I was just repeating was a lie, according to that. You know what I'm saying? Like, some of this stuff can be pieced together. So on top of all that, I'm in nursing school. I always work mostly 16-hour shifts. So she owns some real career type stuff. He a hustler. He's a street guy, right? Everything he do, according to his record, is fraudulent. All that kind of stuff. So she's trying to obtain a real job with benefits that's gonna help her for the rest of her life, right? Her and her son. And he is in the midst of trying to get this girl fired from her job when she busting her butt, going to nursing school at night, working 16 hours a day, only parent that's active. And finally, she got a sister to help her. And all he can do is think about himself. Not none of that. That's sad. That is sad. I don't get a break from nursing school until August, honestly, but I've taken night classes. Okay, so we're going to have to set a date. What date in July works for you? Now, keep in mind, this is June. In my last live stream, I also showed that July 14th was supposed to be their next court date. As a matter of fact, I got that right here. Holly was there. Romeca was not. This is the last proceeding that they had before this. Why didn't the judge ask Holly again about where she got Romeca's mail? I feel like the judge just knew. Like when we heard what her response was to where did she get the mail or whatever, and her response was, we shared the same baby daddy, which is what Romeca said, we share the same baby daddy. That's where her energy comes from. That's where that mail came from, and the judge was able to figure that out from that. So that's a part, should be a part of the investigation, you know what I'm saying, like, or her bringing in her evidence at that time. So July 14th, he wasn't talking to Romeca at all. Like, he already admitted they hadn't talked in 2 months, and they got back cool in July. So it sound like in June, after this court hearing, they had a big falling out. Romeca in court feeling like the energy is coming from him, and she just over it, tired of the back and forth. Like, you can't trust nobody that's against you, with a woman that's lying on you and doing all of this stuff. She's being attacked so many different ways. So anyway, this is just insane. Now think about this, how hard that was for Romeca, going to school, taking care of her son, getting him back and forth to school, helping him with homework, and all the stuff that she was doing, and she got them making life hell for her. No, that's not okay. That's crazy. Great. Glad you have your art. Yes, ma'am. So good morning, everyone. Welcome in, Sanford Mom. Man, this girl was going through it. So that also explained the note, when even if my world is falling apart, I'm going to make sure yours is good. She was going through hell at that time, y'all, when she said it. So, the course. Okay, so we're going to have to set a date. What date works for you in July? Because you're either going to have to take a date, because we're not going to set this out until August. Now, I don't know why they couldn't set it out to August, and that's where they came up with the July 14th. So she's supposed to be able to get the money for a lawyer and all of that in less than a month's time. That's hard for somebody that's already going through all of the stuff that she's going through. So Romeca responds, we can probably do like after the holidays, maybe July 14th or the 21st. The court says, all right, how about July 14th at 1:30? And like I said, this is the actual court date that she was not at. He made it clear what was going to happen, and we're going to get to that. So how about July 14th at 1:30? That works for you, ma'am? Romeca says yes. Okay. And Holly said yes too, because Holly ain't got nothing to lose. She ain't got no job. She ain't got a damn thing to do but stalk Romeca. Okay, and then the court said, all right, Miss Johnson, does July 14th work for you, ma'am? And she says yes. The court says, so July 14th at 1:30 for the respondent for attorney. And that was pretty much that, but then they had a few disagreements after this. So let's see. So he says, so Miss Johnson, if you fail to appear, the court will dismiss your order. Miss Blackman, if you fail to appear, you could have a default. Hold on. You could have a default order against you, which would entitle Miss Johnson to a 2-year order against you. Okay, so with that being said, if the judge said that at that time and Romeca didn't show up for court, then but he said you could have a default order against you. So she could have. He didn't say she would have. So it's still up in the air, but we do know that they said it was served in open court, but it really wasn't, according to what he just said. And so that's kind of in the air, but it just sounded like it was on shaky grounds anyway, because they hadn't even got to the point where they bring in evidence, because Holly was asking him, in this court proceeding, that, should she bring evidence then, or something to that effect. So she could get a 2-year order against you, okay? And so the respondent, which was Romeca, she said okay. And then Holly says, do I have to appear in person over Zoom or over Zoom? Because this was a different phase, right? And the judge says, the respondent, which was Romeca, she said, because I don't want to be around her. I don't trust her. And she shouldn't have trusted her. She shouldn't have trusted her at all. That's why I wonder if Romeca even seen Holly out there that day. DeMarcus says that judge was biased and probably a family friend. That's crazy. I mean, it does seem that way. Like, just a little bit, like how he was saying, like, we can't extend it to August when she clearly needs a lawyer. She's not rich. She needs time to get it. He didn't hear. I know that court is strict too, though. Like when you try to say things out of turn, like when she was trying to bring up things that she wanted to talk about, he kind of, because that's not what they was there for at that moment. But it sucks because Holly shouldn't have got nothing, because she had not proven anything. That whole default thing shouldn't have even, because she hadn't proved anything at this point when they were in court in June. So for her to even get it by default, to me, is shaky. Like, she shouldn't have been able to get it by default because she ain't proved nothing. She just running her damn mouth, and now you got both of them in court saying the same things. Like, oh, well, she messing with me. She posting my kid. She's calling my job, or coming know where I'm at, or harassing me on social media. So how do you then decide who gets it? You need to see the proof. You need to see the evidence, and they hadn't even got to that point. Because old girl just decided, that was good enough, and she was gonna just go on and take her out. What does she post? Sometimes you just gotta start unaliving MFs. I got that in here somewhere, unless I took it out. But yeah, she was saying stuff like that. Here it is. Now, what's the date on that? January, right? January. They was in court in January. I mean, it started in December. So, yeah, January is after December. So you're in court complaining, but you posting stuff like this. Sometimes you just gotta just start unaliving MFs. That don't sound like no scared person. But one thing for sure, too, for certain, a scared person will kill you. Because they ain't going to bust a grape in a fruit fight. So, do I have to appear in court over Zoom? Romeca said, that was Holly. Romeca says, because I don't want to be around her. I don't trust her. The court said, hold on. Both parties can appear on Zoom on the 14th, okay? So they didn't want to hear nothing about nothing that they wasn't there for that day. Because at some point, and it's coming up here, the respondent says, because I don't want to be around her, I don't trust her. The court saying, hold on. Both parties can appear by Zoom on the 14th, okay? The respondent, thank you, perfect. That was Romeca. The petitioner, should I bring evidence still? Right? So she asking about evidence that shows that she ain't showed none yet. So let's see what the judge has to say about that. The court says not on the 14th. So even on the 14th, it wasn't for that. Hold on. Hold on. So happening right now is Miss Blackman wants to seek legal advice for an attorney. So on the 14th, hopefully Miss Blackman will appear with her attorney. Wait, what am I missing? Hold on. So she asking about the evidence. Do she need to bring it? So it says the hearing after the 14th, and when we set it for the hearing, that's when you bring your evidence, Miss Johnson. And then Romeca said, as far as witnesses, if they can't appear, can they write a statement? If they can appear. And the court said, Miss Blackman, hold on one sec. I will give you an opportunity to ask questions. Miss Johnson, do you have any other questions? And then Quadasia says, yeah, I also want you to know my child was posted. She posted my child maliciously on TikTok. I don't post my son on social media. Romeca said, yes, you do. And then it says they were talking over each other. The chorus was saying, stop, 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 stop. 7 times they told him to stop. Both of them, because they were talking over each other. Now, I had read this part in one of my other live streams, but I didn't have the other part. And then this is when they told Romeca, which I don't know, both of them was talking over each other, but this is where they said, Miss Blackman, you're not doing anything to help your case of why Miss Johnson needs an order against you. Okay? One at a time. Now that's when all of that was said. And it's just like, well, if they was both talking over each other, it do seem like he checking Romeca more, right? It do seem like that. So because they were talking over each other, he tells Romeca that you're not doing a good job. You're not doing anything to help your case of why Miss Johnson needs an order against you. One at a time. Now that's crazy. But to me, she ain't doing the good to say that she's scared and in fear for her life, but you sitting up there arguing back and forth with Romeca. Or trying to get your point across, not sounding like somebody that was scared at all. That's crazy. So and then it says one at a time, Miss Johnson, if you feel concerned about your child, hold on. If you feel concerned about your child, wait, hold on. You can call the police department. Okay? I can't help you because it's a petition only at this time. So that's literally what he said. I cannot help you because it's a petition at this time. But because she missed the court date that they discussing right here, by default, it was supposed to be granted, allegedly, according to what he's saying here. So again, I don't know if it was in place or not, but it still didn't give her a license to damn kill. Either way, okay? So yeah, if you feel concerned about your child's safety, because when she originally filed these charges back in December, she was still pregnant. She didn't have this child until February. So at the time, her baby wasn't added to it. But later on, it is documentation that shows that her baby was added to the case. So she trying to act like Romeca, was gonna do some harm to her child. So she really was rubbing it on. She was in fear for her life so much that she was provoking Romeca and saying all kind of crazy stuff her dang on self. I'm gonna look at y'all comments in a minute. I'm gonna get past this. I can't help you because it's a petition at this time. Any questions, Miss Johnson? Hold on, let's see. Any questions, Miss Johnson? And she says, no, I'm asking about how do I go about pressing charges for my son being posted on social media? The court says I will contact the police department or contact the assistant state's attorney's office, okay? Deja says, okay. And then the court says, Miss Blackman, do you have any questions? Let me see. Okay, and then so Miss Blackman, do you have any questions? And so hold on, let me see. I might have this one in there. So y'all seeing some of this. Okay. And so the respondent says, so yes, she went on social media and spread rumors saying my son has boils, that he knows where she knows where I work, that my car broke down. I had to inform my job that someone of her nature might appear. I'm actually moving from my apartment now because she has searched my address. That's crazy. So, do anybody see anybody scared here? She just run, you throwing rocks and hiding your hand. That's crazy. Trying to make her appear to be crazy. And those guys, narcissistic guys, they make you think you are crazy. Like they will make you feel like you are going nuts. That's why you got to get away from people like this. So I'm actually moving from my apartment now because she has researched my address. We have a mutual friend. So there's also a friend that I had talked about in my last live stream that she was supposed to been going back and forth asking her all kind of questions. about Romeca allegedly. Like, do she like to fight? And what type of person she is. She trying to size her up behind the scene. And it sounds like this friend also was playing both sides, possibly telling Romeca what she was saying and vice versa. And that's sad, man. That is sad. All for somebody, like somebody said in the chat, that don't even claim you. You just unalive somebody for somebody that don't even claim you. Okay? So, yeah, because she didn't research my address. I'm actually moving from my apartment now because she has researched my address. We have a mutual friend. It sounds to me like Romeca she felt like she was in danger. If she wanted to physically move from a place because of this woman, she was in fear for her life. Okay? We have a mutual friend where she has called multiple times asking, do I like to fight? Or anything of that nature. I did speak to legal counsel for my child because my child told me he does not like her. Okay? So even her child has spoke about this female. According to what his mother is saying here. So yeah, man, Holly is cooked in Cook County because you see her behavior here. You see her social media behavior. This girl was setting up a play, and her family was on it from the beginning because I heard I had ran across one of her family members' live streams, and they said that this was actually the third time that something like this had happened in their family. And it recently has happened. And so when they seen this, they knew what they was looking at. And he could have been privy to those conversations too. That's crazy. Over a man, they said. 3 different family members. And one of them was more recent in Romeca's family. I think it was her aunt that had went live early on talking about it. I'm not sure though who it was, but y'all probably seen the video that I'm talking about. The person was very emotional. It was her blood cousin or something. Oh, man, she even accused her of slandering her name and all kind of stuff on social media. She said, so yeah, she said, I did speak to legal counsel for my child because the child said he don't like her. He does not like her. And she also went on social media slandering my name. So I'm proceeding on charges against her already. See, now she got this not only what she was saying, but what Romeca said. She's just as dangerous as she trying to claim Romeca is. So I'm proceeding on charges against her already. Yeah, because she has tried to do a lot. Hold on. Yeah, because she has tried to do a lot of slandering. And I've never seen this woman a day in my life. Don't know who she is. We share a child's father. And he even said it's malicious on her part. But he don't want y'all to see he don't want y'all to see nothing that got his name on it. He even said it was malicious on her part. Yes, I'm protecting. Hold on. Hold on. Slandering my name, so I'm proceeding on charges against her already. Yeah, because she has tried to do a lot of slandering, and I've never seen this woman a day in my life. Don't know who she is. We share the same child's father, and he even said it's malicious on her end. So yes, I'm protecting me and my son and my career at this moment because she has nothing to lose. What? Man, what if this woman didn't speak up for herself? I don't know. Listen, she going down. She going down because what makes her word more valid than Romeca's? Okay? The court actually powered her and the court actually powered her by giving it to her. They did. They really did because she didn't deserve it because she didn't prove nothing. And this woman got the same complaints about her, if not worse. The court says that doesn't really sound like a question. Okay, that was their only response to what she said. To me, that's powerful. When we talking about a woman that is no longer here and we got all of this conflict, the witnesses is lying. Everybody lying but him. Everybody lying. The witnesses don't have a reason to lie. They don't have nothing in this. No dogs in this fight. But that's crazy. Romeca she really spoke. I'm happy that she was able to get into one of those proceedings because to me this is powerful. I don't know if they'll be able to use any of this, but because it wasn't pertaining to that particular day, but because she brought it up, I feel like this should come up because she brought it up highly, brought it up on the scene. She brought it up on the scene that she had a CCL and a restraining order. So to me, it is irrelevant. She thought she had a CCL. All this happening in court. Run and tell that. Like, who is she talking to on the phone to? She said, so yes, I'm protecting me and my son and my career at this moment because she has nothing to lose. And then the court, that doesn't sound like a question, more of a statement. Because originally it was, do you have any questions, right? But yeah, that's what she said, y'all. And that speaks volumes that Romeca had to move because they knew where she lived. And then she gonna turn around and tease her for staying in an apartment. I mean, staying in a hotel. So the respondent, no, I'm saying, how do I go about making sure my child is protected from her at all times? That is Romeca that said that. That's crazy. Hold on. This woman sizing her up through people, through mutual folks. She has nothing to lose. She felt like she had to protect her son. So just like she was trying to say that Romeca wanted to cause harm to her baby, she didn't know what her intentions was either. And I believe that's why she was cool with not having him even go get her son. Because she had just posted about these boils and all this stuff, or at least back in June. It's only a couple months, How do I go about protecting my child? Wait, hold on. At all times against her. Wait a minute, y'all. I'm trying to find my spot. Dang, I don't even know if I can get the rest. Hold on. But just that, those last statements, we share a child's father. And he even said it's malicious on her end. So, yes, I'm protecting me, my son, and my career at this time because she has nothing to lose. Now, that's crazy. And then they go into, yeah, that really sounds like a statement and not a question. So no, I'm saying, how do I go about making sure my child is protected from her at all times? The court said the same thing. If you feel concerned for your child's safety, you can call the police or contact the state's attorney's office. And then she said, perfect. And then she said that they were in the process of trying to serve her. Now that's something that you don't hear people talking about. Romeca was doing the same thing that she was doing. She was trying to get protection herself. And so she said, okay, perfect. They are trying to serve her now, but can't. Okay? So the court says same thing. If you feel concerned for your safety of your child, you can call the police or contact the state's attorney's office. And Romeca's response was, okay, perfect, because she already did that. And they are trying to serve her now, but they can't. The court says, okay, thank you both. See you July 14th. Have a nice day, everybody. And that's pretty much how that court date went. And so, like I said, the foundation of what's happening with this order, if it is, if it ain't, I think that's the least of the concern right now. So 10/4, October 4th, Romeca posted, take both of them court, get order protection against both of them stalking and harassing. Did she really? So see, they got all that. They got all that, and it need to be considered. I just watched in Zoom. They have court again tomorrow. For real? So what all did they say? You want to call in? Call in and let us know what you heard if you heard the Zoom. So it was on Zoom? People were able to watch on Zoom? Call in and let us know what happened if you were there or if you were in Zoom. Let us know. Holly came in with a mask and Los was there as well. Oh, so he came anyway. So he went, because I heard last night David was on a panel and he was saying, nah, I ain't going, I'm scared. But you could tell he was being sarcastic. So one of the women lost their life. Again, I'm new here and just trying to understand this. Yes, welcome in, Haley. So yes, there was 2 women dating 1 man, but one lady, Romeca, that lost her life, she had been with this guy for like 9 years off and on. Holly was the new child's mother coming into the picture, but we believe that she played the second woman, the side chick, for years before Romeca knew about her. Once he got her pregnant, it was like, no, she wasn't going to play that position no more. And Los and Romeca fell out. So that was her opportunity to get close to him and believe that Romeca was out of the picture. So Romeca pulls up. I mean, she goes to drop her son off. He lives down the street from the school. But for whatever reason, they parked on that street that Romeca has to come down when dropping her son off. Romeca spots Carlos. We don't know if she's seen Holly or not. She's seen him, right? They hadn't talked in a while, I guess, even though Lo said they got back cool in August, and it seemed like everything should have been hunky-dory, but for whatever reason, they were still feuding. She busts a U-turn, get out the car, and it just happened. Like, I don't know. That's the part we all trying to figure out what really happened. But it was witnesses out there that said that he was standing in between them, keeping them separated And they said that old girl walks around to her passenger side door, grab her weapon, walks up to her, and fired 3 shots. One stuck in the chamber, casings on the windshield of her vehicle, which to me indicate that she was very close to Romeca because I mean, if it once you fire, the shell casings go backwards, right? So that would mean, right? I mean, I don't know. I ain't no ballistics expert either, but I would think that she would be standing in front of the side where it hit the windshield at, and she did too much for nothing. She did way too much because she never had to go there. So let's see. Self-defense is different from state to state. In Illinois, the force used must match the threat. You can't overreact. Holly had the opportunity to get in her car with her baby and lock the door. Exactly. She had the duty to retreat. She had the duty to call the police if she was threatened. She had the opportunity to pull off, even if she was there first. They wasn't at Lowe's house, so they can't use the castle doctrine like you was protecting your house, because I know that was said in the beginning. Also, I had asked about if Lowe's called 911, and I found out that he did call 911. You could hear him talking to 911, and he gave the address of 21 State Street. That's because he don't, I would think that's because he don't know the addresses where he was at, and that's the closest address that he did know, which would make sense to me because that would still get them in the area and they will still see everything that happened. So I believe that that's why he gave that address, because he didn't know. But yeah, we talked about the self-defense and what they got to prove to convict her of first degree and all of that. We talked about the true bill and all of that. So it definitely sounds like she is cooked in Cook County. It wasn't nothing about no self-defense. Romeca had nothing. She could have ran to get out of trouble, and she didn't never have to be in Illinois. She didn't never have to be in Chicago in the first place because she don't live there. You see what I'm saying? Like, you came to where this woman live and be at. I mean, if you was going to, you live in another state, you've been complaining all these months about her, you've been so scared of her, we seeing it in court and all that, but you go to where she be. Not only did you go to where she be at, you go to where you can be seen at. So yeah, girl, get good luck. Good freaking luck. And so, dang, okay, so I didn't finish. The respondent said, okay, perfect. They are trying to serve her now, but can't. The court said, okay, I did read all of that. So it was supposed to be July 14th after that, and that didn't happen. So let me see. What date is this one? Okay. Let's see what we can get out of this. So this is one, I don't have a date on it yet, but it says petitioner versus Romeca Blackman. Okay, so it says, be the remembered that the above entitled cause came on for hearing because the Honorable Michael Weaver, judge of said court, on July 14th, 2025. Okay, so this is the one that Romeca was not at, that came after the one that we was just reading. So let's see what we can gather with this. Wow, oh my gosh, thank you so much for updating me on this. This is so sad. Yeah, you are welcome, Haley. Thank you for asking and caring and being here listening in. Harper Rose says, good luck is not running up on Holly no time soon. Good luck, show ain't. Show ain't, man. It's gonna be a whole lot of criminals in there with her plotting. She can plot all day. So both babies lost their mamas, one unalived and one going to prison. That's crazy. Yeah, and on top of that, after unaliving her with her baby daddy right there in the middle of both of them, she's pregnant. She got pregnant after unaliving this woman. My calculations, it looked like she got pregnant sometime in October. Okay. And that was a month after unaliving her. So, yeah, good job. Let me fill you up with another baby for you to have in prison to be motherless and fatherless. Technically, Romeca's son lost two parents because his father is no longer in his life, at least right now. And it's just sad. Um Set up from the beginning. I agree. I really do. He was acting like he was helping her, but he wasn't. Carlos choked Romeca so hard that her thyroid popped out. Now I remember hearing something. I never did see the medical examiner's report myself, but I have heard that. So I mean, if she had bruising around her neck and all of that, man, I don't see how they ain't gonna come for him. Like I really don't. Okay, so let's see. It says so this is the July 14th order of protection hearing. It says the court will call Johnson versus Blackman. Oh wait, she is here. Romeca is here on this one, but let me make sure I'm looking at the right stuff. So it says, "I'm here, sir. I'm Quadeja Johnson." The court said, "Good afternoon, ma'am. Do I have a Rebecca Blackman or Romeca Blackman? Sorry." Wait, oh, maybe she's not here. Hold on. And then Romeca Blackman, sorry. All right, ma'am. You filed a petition for an order of protection. No, I'm sorry, for a stalking no contact order. Do you wish to continue against the respondent? The petitioner, which is Deja, says yes because she's still stalking me. Something just happened on Juneteenth. She's still reaching out. What happened on Juneteenth? She's still reaching out to, I guess, her family and friends. Hold on. Oh, Deja did a lot of telling, didn't she? She did a lot of running until that, throwing rocks and hiding her hand. All of them. She was mad though. I mean, because we do know that Romeca and old boy was still they was dealing with each other. Do you wish to continue your matter against the respondent? So Deja says yes because she's still stalking me. Um, Something just happened on Juneteenth. She's still reaching out to my family and friends, going through third parties, which that third party is a hearsay, and I'm still being stalked on social media, different pages. She making threats on there as well. Okay. And so, Romeca had already posted something about that, saying, this girl is going around talking about I'm stalking her and I'm not. And they was just going back and forth, man, playing with the courts. Deja, because we already know she wasn't scared. Of course, I can't never find what I'm looking for. But yeah, y'all seen it. And then him. Okay, so she's still reaching out to family and friends, going through third party, and I'm still being stalked on social media, different pages. She's stalking threats on there as well. She's making threats on there as well. And she again ain't showed no proof or nothing. So she's stalking me. Something happened on Juneteenth. She's still reaching out to my family and friends, going through third parties, and I'm still being stalked on social media, different pages. She's making threats on there as well. And then the court says, give me one moment, ma'am, okay? Hold on, y'all. Okay, so give me 1 second, one moment, ma'am, okay? And she says, okay. The court says, okay. So Miss Johnson filed a petition for an order of protection on December 4th, 2024. The respondent was served with that petition and did appear in court on June 18th. Okay, so there is some information right there. That is the date. It all started December 4th. The court proceedings that I was just reading with Romeca there was June 18th. Okay, so what happened on June 18th again? Because she said something just happened on Juneteenth. And they was in court at the time. Like, what day is Juneteenth? Is it the 18th? Anyway, the respondent was served with the petition and did appear in court on June 18th. The respondent, Miss Blackman, is not in court. Okay, so this is the July 14th hearing that Romeca did not come to. Again, so that's exactly a month, well, dang near, because the first day of school was August 18th, which is the day that she wrote that letter. For people that are still confused on that, the letter was not written the day that she died. It was written the first day of school. This would have been the second week, I'm assuming, because it was September 4th. It started August. Well, yeah, I mean, shoot. He was in school a couple weeks before it, right? So, anyway, the respondent was served with the petition and did appear in court on June 18, 2025. The respondent, Ms. Blackman, is not in court today. So, respondent is found in default. That is what he said that's what he said prior to. He said if she didn't show up, that will happen. If Deja didn't show up, then Romeca, it would just get thrown out, her order. So Miss Johnson, can you please raise your right hand for me? The witness sworn, Deja, okay? That's why Deja thought she was good. That right here, she was there in July. And so how many days later was Romeca deceased? Miss Johnson, can you please raise your right hand for me? Witness sworn, Quadeja Johnson. The petitioner herein called as a witness on her own behalf, having been first duly sworn, was examined and testified as following. Examination, the court. That's very interesting. So July 14th, stuff was happening all up until then. So I'm assuming July 14th was the last time that they seen Deja in court, right? So testifies for examination, the court. Could you state your full name for the record, please? She said, Quadeja Johnson. And Miss Johnson, when you filled your name, when you filled your petition on December 4th, 2024, to the best of your knowledge, were the allegations and statements you made in the petition true? I'm sure, but I ain't there yet. Okay, so were they true and correct? Deja says yes. Do you believe they are still true and correct today? That's crazy. She just won because she wasn't there. So, did she have it or not? I will say she did, according to this, but it didn't. Yeah, according to this, she would have had it, but it still don't mean a damn thing for unaliving somebody. So she says yes, and the court says, and you are seeking this order in part because the respondent, wait, hold on. Oh shoot. Okay, so the court says, and you are seeking this order in part because the respondent has engaged in a pattern of. Well, she just got this order, man, by default. I wonder what was Romeca doing and why didn't she come in that day? I did hear that it was conversation in the midst of all of this that they were telling Romeca that everything was cool. She had dropped the charges against Los, and that they was gonna be good. So maybe that is what was going on, that they had tricked her to believe that. I mean, that came up. I don't know how true it is, but had y'all heard that she was tricked into believing? Yeah, so she got pregnant again. Exactly. Just crazy. She absolutely did. So it's possible that that could have been true. I'm not sure because I haven't seen it myself, but it was rumored that he had said that, she dropped the charges against him, and I think all of them was playing with the courts. Like, that's crazy. But the courts, do you still believe it's true and correct? So yes. And you are seeking this order in part because the respondent, which is Romeca, has engaged in a pattern of harassment towards you, being beginning last fall of 2024. Is that correct? And she says yes. So last fall of 2024, before December 4th, is when she's claiming December 4th of 2024 is when she's claiming that all of this stuff, harassment and all this pattern of harassment towards her began last fall. So it's a lot. So the court said, and yes, the court, and you are saying to me that the harassment has continued up until at least June 19th. And she says yes. All lies. She getting this on default by lying. Because she doing the same thing. So it's tit for tat, going back and forth. Both of them. Romeca talking for herself. She's lying for herself. Anyway, petitioner, yes. The court says, and do you know where she might be residing at this time? And the petitioner said she still lives at 81 on Ingleside Avenue. So yeah, I have the address. So see, this is the one where how you get the address, ma'am? So yeah, I have the address. The court said, Miss Johnson, when we are done here, can you chat with my court coordinator, which is Aid, and provide that address to her. Can you leave it in the chat? So in order to get somebody's address and to stalk somebody, chase somebody down that you say is living in a hotel and doing all of that stuff that she said that she was doing, who was stalking who again? So yeah, it says, Miss Johnson, when you are done here, can you chat with the court coordinator, which is aide, and provide that street address to her? Can you leave it in the chat function on Zoom? She said, I've sent it to her before, but I'll send it again. Okay. See, she a little mouthy there. She should already have it. I done gave it to her. You know what I'm saying? Just type it again. She wanted that to be known. Okay, so the court says, well, I don't have a file in front of me. That's why I had to print out the petition and things. So I appreciate your patience. Oh, so that he explaining to her why they need her to do that again, why they ain't got their stuff together. And then the court says, well, I don't have the file in front of me. Okay, so thank you for your patience. And she says, okay. And the court says, having previous defaulted the respondent after reviewing the verified petition, having previously defaulted the respondent after reviewing the verified petition with details, a number of harassing actions by respondent to both petitioner and other family members, and based on petitioner's testimony today, and based on pre respondence of the evidence, on the preponderance of evidence, the court finds that it has justification over petitioner and respondent venue. Now, what exactly do all that mean? Exactly. Hold on. So that was some shady grounds, is what I'm looking at here. She didn't need to ever be granted that. That's why Carlos talked about her new man and trip they went on, I guess. Right. Now, she mentioned something. Well, actually, I heard him say that she didn't have nobody, he didn't have nobody. That's when he was talking about the Christmas thing. And when he started talking about that, he was making it sound like, well, of course I couldn't be there. It wasn't no man in that picture when he was talking to the one creator. Because he was like, I couldn't be there, but of course she can pop her stuff. Yeah, he like giving her the okay to say that she paid for the trip, even though he allegedly paid for it. That dude was talking, he was talking both when they were on good terms, and he was talking and mixing, like when they was on good terms versus when they was on bad terms. He was mixing it all together. It was way more bad terms leading up to her death than it was good. And he wasn't never gonna be cool with another man being around. Like, get out of here. All now, no one's seen the new man. Ain't nowhere to be found. Yeah, where is the new man? Has he spoke out? Like, all of this attention she getting, you think the new man would have popped up and said something by now? She had a new man and was trying to move on. I really don't know. Like, where is he? Have anybody heard him speak up or anything? Her words per witness. I know y'all not about to do this. Welcome in, Venus. Her words per witness. Her words through this court paperwork that I'm reading that they actually did, but the witnesses saw what they saw and don't have any reason to believe otherwise. But I mean, witnesses don't get it right 100%. Things they say got to be vetted. I wouldn't want to just go down. I wouldn't want to go down based off of a witness. That's why they got other things. Like, they gonna have all of this court work, all of this court paperwork, if they can use this to show what happened leading up to all of this. And then cell phone documentation, her traveling back and forth. And for the people that don't see the danger of her having a loaded weapon while her child is in the car, is just crazy to me, because it had one, if it's true that it jammed, which I'm not sure. I don't know if the paperwork say that it jammed or not. But if it did jam, then it would still be one in there jam that could have just something could have happened. Freaky, crazy, wild. Um, you know, something could have hit the car. The baby's ears could be ringing. It could be too loud. The baby was right there. This is crazy. But anyway, the court says, having previously defaulted the respondent after reviewing and verified petition with details a number of harassing actions by respondent to both petitioner and other family members, and based on petitioner's testimony today, and just based off of the fact that she was there and they just gave it to her because Romeca wasn't there, but preponderance of evidence, the court finds that it has jurisdiction over petitioner and respondent. Venue something. Hold on. Yeah, the courts gave her wings though, y'all. For her to be able to get this, it really helped her grow wings. So says petitioner, can you add my son? Oh, so Deja asks, can you add my son on there as well? He's 5 months. So at the time he was 5 months. This was this was July. Yeah, so that's about right. This was July 14th. She had the baby in February. He's 5 months old. The court said, sure, congratulations. She says, thank you. The court said, what's your son's initials? And she said, my son's initials is CS. So she really adding it. Oh, why I'm getting my way, add my son on there too. Like, okay, so oh man, if you don't get off my phone. Wait a minute, hold on. What is this? Hold on, y'all. Give me a second. Try not to miss nothing. Okay, so if you get a visit, wait. The court says, and there will be no contact with petitioner through third parties or social media. This order was issued on July 14th at 2:11 p.m. This default will run for 2 years until July 14th of 2027. Miss Johnson, Miss Johnson, do you have another court date? Wait. Miss Johnson, you do not have another court date. However, the respondent does have 30 days from today's date to try to vacate this default judgment. Okay. Now, let's say she just said that right now, Romeca didn't show up. She don't know what happened in court. But Deja knows that she got 30 days to even fix that. So they gonna do whatever they can to make sure that she don't know. So they could do stuff like give wrong addresses, so they can't serve her and stuff like that. They could have been doing it the whole time to try to be ahead of her. You know what I'm saying? So they basically saying, and there will be no contact with petitioner through third parties or social media. This order was issued on July 14th at 2:11 p.m. This default will run for 2 years until July 14th, 2027. Ms. Johnson, you do not have another court date. However, the respondent does have 30 days from today's date to try to vacate this default judgment. So, if you get a visit from the sheriff, something by certified mail or even by email indicating that you have another court date in this matter, please make sure you appear, okay? And of course she says okay. So she left that court date like, okay, we all set. So from July 14th, and Romeca was unalive September 8th. This was the last things that the courts said to her, according to what I'm looking at. So she thought she was all set. Okay, well, hey, we gonna make sure that something happened within these 30 days, or we gonna make sure that she don't show up here so everything can be in place. And she ain't gonna know. So some of the people were saying, oh, that he said that he wasn't gonna press charges, blase skip a. Could they have been lying to her, making her feel like everything is cool when they really had this plan in place? Well, if that is what happened, I'm guaranteeing y'all that the courts is gonna figure it out and act accordingly. So she said, okay. They said, do you have any questions for me? And of course she did. Hold on. So yeah, so if she reaches out to a family member, I'm assuming. Hold on, let's see what she about to say. Yeah, see, she trying to get it in place. So they need to study this. Okay, so all right, so let me make sure I hear you right, Judge. Yes, so if she reaches out to a family member again, like she has their phone numbers and stuff, because she pays for my information online. So if she reaches out to them again, who do I report to? Okay, so yeah, she worried about who does she report to if she reaches out to them, yet she didn't report to nobody when she arrived on the scene. Make that make sense. She was more concerned about these alleged phone calls that was being made to her loved ones, but on that day she didn't do what they told her to do. Because a lot of people say, oh, she didn't have an obligation to call the police. She didn't have to call the police. Yes, she did. She needed to. That's what the courts ordered her to do if something else happened. So if she reaches out to the family members again, like she has, because now she talking about she has their phone numbers and stuff because she pay to get my information online. I believe she pays to get Romeca's information online, which is why she even knew that. Okay, and she telling on herself right now, allegedly. So who do I report to? The court said the local police precinct. Call the police. Tell them that you have a default stalking no contact order. That's why she said it on the scene. I got a CCL and a restraining order. That is what she was doing. She was following the court orders. So yeah, this court order gave her power. It did. Her bullshit was powered by the court system. She played in their face and they let her because she didn't have no damn proof, and her and Romeca was having the same complaints, and her voice shouldn't have been no stronger than Romeca's. So whoever said that, you right, man. She got her way, and that cost Romeca her life. It really did. Looking at this. And so and stuff because she paid for my information online. Yeah, so the police, they said call the local police. No, call, yeah, the local police precinct. Call the police. Tell them that you have a default stalking no contact order. A default stalking no contact order, that respondent has violated that, and give them the details. Well, the details was right there. She thought y'all see this mess. Haley, she said, I agree 100%. Yeah, this is all in black and white, y'all. That is absolutely insane. So for the people, why she didn't have to call the police? She didn't have to do that. Yeah, she did. That's what they ordered her to do. So if they reach out to family members, make sure. Hold on, what else he gonna say? Make sure. Hold on. Now she got to be out of her mind. Oh my God, I gotta get that part. But then now we gonna get into the jacket. Hold on. They asked her what was the worst thing that she did. Okay, it looks like he said make sure they get a call log or something like that to show that it's the respondent's phone number, and they can testify if they recognize their voice. Something like that. And then the police would do their investigation and decide whether to bring charges in cooperation with the state's attorney's office. So basically they was telling her to bring proof of what's been going on, which she never did bring any proof in court. So now they saying give her show the proof that she's been calling and still constantly harassing you. The setup is crazy, BFF. I mean, we reading the whole play right now. That's insane. They powered this girl. Yup, she played in the court's face and thought she had the upper hand. And she didn't have nothing for no murder. No, dog. Like, what? You didn't. Why I got this up here? You did not have the okay to do what you did. Not by a long shot. You know, and not to mention all the other madness that is going on. Like Holly, like, girl, you wasn't scared of nothing. Hold on, let me see something right quick. She wasn't scared of nothing, baby. Nothing. She wanted all the damn smoke, but want to make us believe that she don't. Oh, she want all the smoke. Let's see this. Let's pull up her channel. The real Holly Johnson. And as a matter of fact, her page shouldn't no longer be here, so y'all can report this to YouTube, because when you commit a crime and you are you have a YouTube channel, they supposed to make that mug disappear. Yep, the crime that she committed violates YouTube's guidelines, and she should not still have this channel on YouTube. But yeah, so she made this nice little channel. She had this already, because you know, in order to be on YouTube, you got to create an account. But she didn't have no content on it. She's had this channel since December 9th, 2012, which that's interesting too, because December 4th of 2024, they was in court. Another date that I found very interesting is last year, September 7th or 8th, which is right around the time she was unalive this year. I mean, she was unalive last year on September. Now I'm saying last year, thinking y'all know I'm thinking 2025 when I'm saying last year. But 2025, Romeca was unalived in September 8th. But 2024, Romeca allegedly on September 7th or 8th sent pictures of her private parts to Holly. Allegedly. Now somebody else said that somebody else probably sent that. Lowe's could have sent them that stuff to Holly and tried to make it seem like it was her or whatever. But I don't know. So but yeah, I just find it interesting the dates. The dates are lining up. Like it was 1 year dang near exactly, dang near to the day that she accused her in court or accused her of showing her body parts or whatever, and a year later she is deceased on the same day. So in the description she wrote, "Welcome to my official YouTube channel, The Real Holly Johnson. This is the only social media platform I will be using moving forward." You ain't using nothing, baby girl. She thought she's about to start making some money. She wasn't gonna have to fraud no more. She wasn't gonna have to do none of that. And I'm truly grateful to have you here with me. Thank you to everyone who has supported me, checked on me, prayed for me, and stood by me through everything. Your love means more than you'll ever know. This channel will be space where I share my journey, my thoughts, my healing, and my real life with honesty, peace, and positivity. No drama, no extra, just me. You all that. You the drama, the everything but honesty and peace and positivity. She is the drama. She is extra. And she is her. Lock the hell up where she need to remain for the rest of her days. Like, because that bull crap she put, I mean, you think that somebody words it can gives you the right to take somebody's life? You big dummy. You big dummy. She has lost her everlasting mind, and she deserved to be behind bars for the rest of her life. She really do.
Lock his ass up. Lock his ass up. You going to jail. You going to jail. Lock his ass up. Lock his ass up.
But yeah, all of this stuff just shows that she had no fear, no remorse, not a damn care in the world. And then, you know, she posting all this stuff. All this was after Romeca is gone. She want to be posting all this mess. Hold on, let me. Middle finger to you. 30 years around the world. They said she was there by herself. Where was he at? I don't know when she. Okay. So November 16th. This after Romeca is gone. This is my very first YouTube video. And from here on out, YouTube will be the only social media platform I'm on. If you'd like to stay connected with me, you're welcome to follow me right here. This vlog is from my 30th birthday in Aruba. Thank you for... Now, I know a butt was about to be out. Now, hold on. I got to get this up off my screen. Goodness gracious. Hold on. I guess that's what I get snooping on her channel. I heard what she do on the other stuff. Wait, how I get this off? Hold on. Let's figure this out. No. What the heck? Okay. Am I okay? My stuff is freezing up. That's why I ain't moving. What the heck is really going on? What is really going on? Let me just stop sharing it. But we get the picture. She up there doing. Let me see if I can fix it behind the scenes because I wanted to show something else. Oh, let's just go back. I guess. Yeah. Okay, we got it figured out. Let's pull it back up. So yeah, the courts can look at all of this and be like, okay, she was rubbing it in. She didn't give a damn. She wanted, she wanted everybody to know she won. I don't know what her prize is, but whatever it is, she won. The biggest food. You won that, baby girl. Mm-mm-mm. So yeah, and then this was the Thanksgiving thing. This her baby shower stuff. Let me post some of this. Play some of this. Baby shower thing. Now just imagine, Romeca, how she feeling looking at her. Look at this little leg Inga. Cricket legs and Debo back. You know what I'm saying? Like, do leg day a little bit more. Look like he got on some leggings. I'm just saying. I just when I looked at this, I instantly felt sorry for Romeca. You know what I'm saying? Having to deal with this, go back and forth. This is the kind of things that he would do to her, and then, baby mama, you shouldn't say that. That's evil. I ain't gonna cuss her out no more. I guess not. Look at you having your way, brother. You having your way. It's crazy, but that's what he was doing. Dang, what the heck is going on with my screen? Like, this ain't working out. What? Yeah, so she, all this. Where am I at? Hold on, y'all. We gonna move this. But yeah, you see all these games and the only thing they need to be asking is how much time because she's staying in there for a minute. I truly believe it, Raw. I don't see her getting out at all. No time soon. But her behavior after she did what she did is very telling. She want everybody to see she living her life. She don't give a damn. Y'all need to get over it. Like, y'all weird. Everybody's weird but her. This was the Thanksgiving post. And I don't know why it's froze. It ain't moving. Well, it wasn't. I'm about over this. And so the moment Holly engaged with anything with Meeks, disengaged, came back with a weapon, not call the police, not leave her. Self-defense went out the window. Period, point blank. And I just feel like, make it make sense that you would be doing all of this complaining back and forth in court as much as we done read so far. And then you gonna go to where your threat at and park by the kids' school. That to me showed that you wasn't scared and that you wanted smoke. She wasn't trying to get at Holly at all. Exactly. And like I said, how do we even know if Romeca even seen Holly out there? She didn't know what kind of car she drove and all that, but we sure know that she knew about Romeca. And one thing to point out though, on the scene, Romeca car didn't have license tags on it, so she had just got that car. It looked like it had dealer tags on it. She was working her butt off trying to get everything that she needed in place. And she just had the hardest time with these people making life that much worse for her. All white bragging and gloating. Like this right here, let me pull this up. Let me make sure I turn that off. But it's me, hello. It's me, hello. It's me. All that. Oh, for real? So you want the courts to feel bad for you now, girl? You very telling, ma'am. Very telling. Yeah, I'm here, and what y'all gonna do? And what y'all got to say? Y'all see the faces she making like she the ish, baby. Mm-hmm. Eating crow right about now. Y'all, this what she posting talking about y'all gonna be sick. Y'all gonna be mad. Nah, not as mad as you, cause we already know a guy like him, he's not going to be by with one woman, and he's not gonna be by himself. He gets over women by getting under the next one. Or on top of the next one, or however. You know what I'm saying? Like he heals that way. He's a messy man. He want everybody to believe that he's this good man, but he messy as hell. He operates in drama and chaos. He like these women fighting over him. He do. I've said that before. That is wild. How you have a restraining order on Romeca and showed up to the school. Exactly. Like, girl, like, are you scared or ain't you scared? Like, you cannot be both. You can't. It's impossible. So even then, okay, if she called, she worried about a call. If she called him, had a call log, okay. So she trying to figure out how she gonna, how they gonna do this. But the next time you see her, you ain't called a police at all. But soon as they arrive, I got a restraining order. So yeah, so she following the orders of the court. So anyway, if they recognize their voice as something like that, and then the police will do their investigation and decide whether to bring charges in the cooperation with the state's attorney's office. The petitioner says, Deja says, also, how do I go about? So right now, she has my picture on her Facebook right now. She said, also, how do I go about? So right now, she has my picture on her Facebook right now, and it's been up since April 8th. April 8th. Oh, right. So there's April. I'm telling y'all, the whole 2024, they was at it. So how does she go about getting that off of her page, I guess? Like, do y'all see how petty this stuff was? This is petty shit. This is stuff that I see happening with social media beef all the time when people going back and forth talking about each other. Like, she going to the courts like they supposed to do something. Like, I mean, about some petty shit. You know what you could have did with that? Disengage, get off of social media, stay off of her page. Like, when I done had some issues, people just mess with me for no reason at all. They jealous, whatever. They want to attack me for no reason at all. I disengage. I don't, if I will subscribe to them, I'm unsubscribing. As soon as I see the petty shit. Because I seen it enough that I see and know what it is. I hit them 3 dots that say, do not show me this content. I don't want to hear a damn thing they got to say, and I don't care what you think. Once I done got to that point, so that's what she should have did. Report it to the platforms that she owned. That's crazy, but you got a restraining order, and you show up from another town. You don't even live in Chicago, South Loop. You live 45 minutes to an hour away, according to my calculations. You went on her turf. You sat on the street that you knew that the school sat on. Listen, if the parking part, if they want to bring up the parking, right? Let me pull this up right quick. If they want to bring up the parking and the fact that, maybe they couldn't park on that side of the road because of school Monday through whatever. I don't know how the parking is, right? They could have rounded the corner the other way. They didn't have to park over there. They could have went the opposite direction of the street. You know what I'm saying? You did not have to you did not have to literally go. Let's put this up, because this is the street, right? We see that there's parking. You can round this corner. This corner would have been closer, right? You could have parked over here, around this corner. Wait, is this what is this, parking? On the side? It looked like a lot more parking. It looked dang near like a parking lot right here on the side of that same area. Why not park around this corner? You know what I'm saying? Like, let's make it make sense. Why did you choose to go this way? So, yeah. Why didn't you choose to go that way? Even though we see, like, it looked like you can park right here. It's inside parking. We see this slack of wood right here. This looks similar to a picture that I had. Let me see something. I mean, it's similar. I see that it's yellow there and it ain't here, but that don't mean nothing. That looked around the same area. I see the fence right there and all that. So yeah, it looks like you could park inside on this side. There's meters right there and all that, and the cars is driving on the opposite side and all that. But still, again, my question: why not round the other block instead of going where you could be seen at? It ain't no excuse for that. It ain't. They could have said at State and 21st. Remember, we heard him saying that they asked him where did it happen at, and he said 21st and State. They could have been at 21st and State for real. Like right here, this 21st and State. They could have parked right there. And it is more parking over here than, you know. Yeah. So anyway, they parked there. Why? Because they wanted to be seen. You wanted to be seen. Way over here. You park way over here. There's the bus and all that. The school sitting back. You see this big lot. So, yeah. And I also had heard that they were known to meet out there. I don't know how true it is because they would have been feuding. But if her son went to the school last year and the year prior, and I heard that he would meet her out here to go to the school or whatever. I don't know how true that is, but I mean, possibly, because it seemed like he do a lot of things for convenience also. And to be in this area, it is convenient for a person that's on house arrest because it's so much to do. It's a party area, and if you live, above a party area, then hey, you ain't got nothing. You got life right there where you live at. Women constant. But yeah, this is a school zone. That's why other charges was added. Oh, this looked like okay, it's a different side. Yep. So even if the people, I mean, this is like a bus stop or whatever. I don't know exactly what stop the people, the witnesses was and stuff, but this is right across from where it actually happened at. Literally. So it definitely appears that the school is across the street. It's a little bit over, down some. It looked different in person. And it looked different depending on what you're looking at, if versus a phone, a computer, or whatever. Sometimes these maps be exactly backwards. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, so people that live there will have a different view of it or whatever. But anyway, y'all, I've been live for a minute. I usually don't go live this long. Oh, see you later, 755. That's a cowardly weak. Exactly. Cowardly and weak. But they have parked there they had parked there because it was a setup. Yep, they didn't want to park there. I mean, that's what it looked like. You gonna park right on the street she gotta go by. That make it make sense. Everyone have a great day. Peace out, 755. Um, he's saying now he ain't with Holly. Carlos is a narcissist, so Holly they will destroy each other. Exactly. I mean, because she got all these supporters, so surely, surely these people are letting her know what's being said and all this. Oh, I ain't even finished this. Let me finish this right quick. I was about to venture somewhere else. Hold on, let me try to get through this. So, how do I go about reporting that getting removed off of her page as well? So she, again, complaining about the pettiest, most ridiculous things. Also, how do I go about so right now she has a picture of me on her Facebook page right now, and it's been up since April 8th. How do I go about reporting that or getting that removed off of her page as well? So when the court says, so when you say she has your picture, is that your profile picture? Hold on. Or is it just a picture? Wait, it says, is that picture, is that your profile picture or is it just a picture? She said it's on her page. It's not her profile picture. But if you scroll down, it's on her page. It's been up there since April 8th. Okay. But they asked her, so when you say she has your picture, is it your profile picture? So they asking her, is it her profile picture that she's sharing on her page, or is it just a picture? Because, I mean, do that make a difference? Because the profile picture is public. It's on social media. It's posted by her. But I don't know. But she didn't answer it right. They're asking, is it your profile picture or just a picture? And she said it's on her page. It's not her profile picture. That ain't what they asked. But if you scroll down, it's on her page. It's been there since April 8th. So she just repeated herself and ain't heard nothing that they asked. So I don't know if it make a difference, but I do know stuff on social media is public. But and then they said, was it a picture that you had posted on social media? She said yes, she got it from my page. Okay, so that make a difference. I do believe it's public. You put it out there for the world to see. But if it was a picture, I guess, that she sent privately, it would make a difference. Maybe that's why he asking, but we're gonna see. Hold on. She petty as hell, though. You want to throw rocks and hide your hand, and then when somebody throw one back at you, you want to cry and tell. Police ass person. Like, get out of here. But you don't want to get in trouble. Girl, she got beat at her own game. I don't know what she thought. Yes, she got it from my page. There's not much there because you put it out to the world on social media. So there's not much we can do about that. Okay? Petty shit. Romeca is dead because she put a picture of her up on her profile, but she did a whole video talking smack, telling all her business that she never should have even freaking known. But you want to run, you got the courts in your back pocket. So let me run and tell court daddy on you. You know, get out. This is so petty, y'all. It should have been dismissed out of the courtroom. It should have. You sitting up here rubbing all kind of doo-doo in her face, but soon as she do something back, like, but this is why, like, when you're into it with somebody, people can't tell who the fool is when you go back and forth. They can't tell who the wrong person is, right? They can't tell who's at fault because you're going back and forth. That's why you let a fool be a fool by themselves, so everybody can see who it is. I'm just saying, most of all, so you can keep your peace. And the petitioner said, no matter the word she's saying on there, it doesn't matter. Yeah, but she didn't say no words that she was saying. Now she's saying that. She mad because they told her it ain't nothing they can do about a post that you didn't put up there, pictures you put up there yourself. Is public. Now, if it was a private picture, that's different. If it was something you sent, privately. But now she big mad about this. So yes, she got it from my page. There's not much there because you put it out for the world on social media. So there's not much we can do. No matter what the word she's saying on there, it doesn't matter. So you worried about what she's saying about you, but you laying up with her man, like, or alleged man, or the messy man that's gonna keep you and her battling. Like, you gotta make a choice. You have to make a choice to get up out of this, because old dude, he the problem though, y'all, is my point. He is the problem. He is the same thing that they got in common though, okay? They both, it's him, the middleman. They'll never get along. Lazy, thank you for the gift. Oh, thank you so much. Hold on, somebody gave me something. I can't see it. A messy man with a purse. Girl tendencies. This is messy shit. It really is. I can't stand messy. All I know, if I'm with my so-called man, I'm not going to have you do anything. I mean, I'm not going to have to do anything to you. I'm going to get in my car and he will handle you. Exactly. That would have made her look more proper, like, yeah, I'm going to just let y'all have that. I know at the end of the day, But no, she want to sit there and battle this. She against us. She want to make it seem like she a part of their drama, and she's not. So the court said, what's the words she's saying on there? And the petitioner said, about a jacket that my child's father bought me. And she has the same jacket. And she's saying it's her jacket. And it's like a bully thing. Really? Really? But get this, because I heard her say in that video that she been had this jacket. She had it from back in the day or something. I think she said it was old as hell or something. Now she's saying something different. So that proves that she lying too. Because I did hear her, and I think it was on. I heard it in her voice. I don't know if people messing with these videos or not, but she brought the jacket up in court. And see, and it's all about him too. What's the word she's saying on there? About a jacket that my child's father bought me, and she has the same jacket, and she's saying it's her jacket, and it's like a bullying thing. The court says there's not much I can do with that. I'm sorry to say. The petitioner said okay. Deja said okay. And then the court said, have a nice day, Miss Johnson. Like, that's wild. So, I can't believe this mess. The problem is him. Run to the hills. I mean, run fast as you can. So, wait a minute. Dated December 11th, 2025. Yeah, so again, the mutual problem is him. Now, one thing that I'm noticing is that Tia Ewing, I haven't seen her say anything. I'm gonna see if I can find something for today, because I would have liked to see a report that it was gonna be court today, but I haven't seen anybody. Dang. I haven't ice shooting in Minneapolis right now. Massive police presence. But yeah, I haven't seen anything about a court date. Have y'all? Let's see. It's crazy too, y'all, because when I look up this case, the only thing you see is content creators. The only thing you see, and then it's nothing. I wonder if they like. I know that Tia Ewing was turned off by the drama, and I wonder if she just decided to back off of this case. Because I mean, that's the sad part. Like, because the news is our official. We could see a news video reporting and be like, okay, well, this is official. You know what I'm saying? But now we don't even have that, and I'm not seeing anything. Let me look on Facebook. I'm sure somebody got some information. Let me see. Let's see. So, charges against Holly, I'm reading from Travel Island. Charges against Holly have been upgraded. She now has 6 charges, more to come. Now, that's something that I was just reading about, how the additional charges that they added. Holly, no, I've been acting tough. Okay, so that's one update. Let's see. Oh, let me if anybody can call in, give me let us hear what you think about what you heard today, or anything that you want to share. If you got some new information for today's hearing or whatever. And so yeah, this is why we want the news to be a part of this stuff, y'all. Hold on.
To be with me after he got a baby on the way. I would never be having matching t-shirts on with a nigga that got a baby on the way. I would never be trying to play family with a nigga that got.
Yeah, see, play family. Not. Oh, Holly didn't have no problem. Lo says. Holly is telling us right now that she had a major problem with what he was doing. A major problem.
A baby on the way.
Yep, she was sorry. They was disregarding her baby on the way and was still hanging out, doing their thing. And then you got songs like that and stuff that actually happened.
You want to talk about
she a slut. She a slut, and her friends upstairs. I got her. She said, record me. And then if anyone that don't want to lie, call me for them hoes. For you, Kaya, and her body.
Whoa, hold on. I have not seen this. Okay, so this is Romeca, and y'all just heard her saying something about a threesome, saying something about her being a hoe. She is so mad, man. Of course, man. It says Romeca Meeks was the aggressor and it was self-defense. Man, the stuff that she's saying, she mad as hell about what he doing. But she said, somebody typed, so as it stands right now, Quadeja Johnson, aka Holly, would not be facing any charges in the unaliving. So this is misinforming people. I don't know. I ain't even about to read that. But they just posting this to have her in a bad light. But let me see if I can pull this up, because to me it's relevant too as to who are the people that's a part of this smear campaign against Romeca, because it really ain't, it's really showing us how he is. You know, he trying to be calm, cool, and collected because he know he doing all this recording, but this don't make him look good at all. Not at all. Oh, perfect. So whoever posted this September 14th, 2024. And this is the video that I was talking about earlier too. I think I had shouted out a creator, but this is the visual. I see a lot of pain when it comes to her. Like, man, I'm doing this, that, and the third. He even said she the reason why I'm a good baby daddy. I'm a good daddy. You know, he gave her the props. So, you know, pretty much it is hard to deal with being the one that matured the guy for another woman.
You want to sit on the phone and sneak this me to a red ass bitch that did threesomes for her friend? You want to sneak this me? Yes, she did. She a slut. She a slut, and her friends upstairs. I got her. She said, record me. And then if anyone that don't want to lie, call me for them hoes. For you, Kaya, and her body. She said, call her.
Hey, Mari, you.
Homegirl said she better go on me, but also when she was saying, bitch, I'm gonna make them come and go eat. But I been friends. What we talking about? But I'm lying. But I'm lying. But I'm lying.
Okay, I mean, hey, I'd have been mad as hell too. I'm just saying. And so do they really think that because she was hyped on there that means anything? It don't. Audio, let's see.
You don't. I ain't got the phone right now, bitch. You want to sit on the phone and sneak this me?
Sitting on the phone, sneak dissing her. So, was he sneak dissing her to Holly or who? You know what I'm saying? This, like I said, this don't make me look at her no different. This shows that he is the baby mama because he messy. This, I can't stand no messy ass man. Drama ass. I cannot. This is horrible. Horrible. This do this make him feel good that he can control women like this and have them this irate? Do this make him feel good?
I ain't got the phone right now, bitch.
And then too, if she was so disrespectful, then he should have left too. You know what I'm saying? He understood why she was angry. He said it. He was like, I cheat a lot. I know why she angry and upset. He does. He absolutely do. So let's listen to it again.
I ain't got the phone right now, bitch. You want to sit on the phone and sneak this me to a red ass bitch that did threesomes for her friend?
So what did somebody come back and tell Romeca? This is about Holly. Sneak dissing her, and he been in the middle of it, all on her side.
You want to sneak this me? Yes, she did. She a slut. She a slut, and her friends upstairs. I got her. She said, record me. And then if anyone that don't want to lie, call me for them hoes. For you, Kaya, and her body. She said,
Holly.
Call her. Hey, Mario. My homegirl said she finna go on me, but also when she was saying, bitch, I'm gonna make them come and we gonna eat. But I didn't friends. What we talking about? But I'm lying? But I'm lying?
Well, she said I'm with Los. So she was saying stuff about Los to try to make her mad. I'm gonna go live with him. What? I couldn't hear everything she was saying, but
what we talking about? But I'm lying? But I'm lying? But I'm lying? But also when she was saying, bitch, I'm gonna make them come and we gonna eat. But I didn't friends. What we talking?
I'm about to make him come and live with me. So this the kind of stuff Holly was doing to torment Romeca. What? But Holly didn't have no problem though. Go on and be with the family. Where is the real reports at? Go find them if you don't like what you're hearing here. That's bye. What are we talking about? How you with your baby daddy and you had to get G to unalive exactly the ex. Who was she really an ex? But yeah, Romeca was clearly trying to get away from. I mean, after all of this, she probably was like, "Man, I can't concentrate on nursing and being a better person and all this." And this dude is like the devil. That is the the bad parts that just won't go away. You cannot have a schedule like hers dealing with this kind of stuff. You gotta let it go. Man, this is so messed up. But yeah, all of this stuff only proves Holly is a horrible person to me. It does. Everything that we seeing. She was a woman that wanted her family. She thought she loved this man. She did. She had a son with him. She wanted to be a family. She wanted to make it work. And even parts of her probably was trying to make it work. You know, and then it was just too much because the real side of her wasn't on that. The real woman in her wanted this family. She wanted all that, you know, the look that they had. You know, they had that. You would have thought they was a good couple looking at some of the pictures and stuff. She just wanted that. But for him, you got to be able to accept all of his women because he keeps them around. You know what I'm saying? He said all of his exes still come around his mother. They still come around him. He a family man. Everybody cool. Just one big family. So you gonna have to accept this baby. You know what I'm saying? You gonna have to accept her if you want to be with me. Because when he was talking, he was, you know, trying to laugh about little stuff. And when he was telling a story about her, him not talking to her and all of that stuff, he was kind of laughing, discussing it, saying that's the kind of stuff he want to talk about. And he said that he was really close to her sister. It sounded like he said Mika, but is her sister Dika or something like that? He said that's who he was close to. And then that would also explain why, you know, she was very passionate talking to him. Like if they was the closest, then you know she double hurt because she liked him. You know, she liked him as a person if they was cool. You know, and it was said that her and Romeca, you know, they fought like a mug. I actually seen one of Romeca's posts, and it was her birthday or something. She was saying happy birthday to her, and she couldn't wait till she put on that outfit. She's like, we argue like a MF, but you better not mess with my sister or something, she was saying. You know, but it's sad because nobody wins, and the kids are the ones that lose the most. And my heart goes out to Romeca's family. It really do. I can't. It's so hard for me to even listen at her mother because I cry. I'm an empath. Like I have deep empathy. Like I'm gonna cry. I'm gonna cry if I see somebody crying. And it's painful. I feel their pain. They didn't deserve this. Romeca didn't deserve this. She might have been tough, you know what I'm saying? But Los, he did things to her. He could hurt her the most out of everybody in the world. When you meet a person like that and they take you out of your zone and you can't control yourself because they piss you off so bad. Now, I mean, I've been there. You have to leave that person because they are beyond toxic for you. Beyond. I don't know why this had to be this way, but it is so sad that it happened. And she captured a lot of our hearts. But she didn't deserve this. Don't let your bad days trick you into thinking you have a bad life. Now that's good. That's something that somebody just posted 11 minutes ago on Justice for Romeca. Somebody posted, today is the day of reckoning. And a lot of people have opinions on this case, but the truth will prevail. Okay, somebody posted 6 counts, find her guilty, find him guilty. Oh, they just said it's your day, Meeks. We painting it pink. So this is somebody that's actually there. But let me see if they... Yeah, they didn't. That was 3 hours ago. No updates. I don't know, y'all. I guess I'm going to have to go tune in and see if I could find some people that were there. So I definitely appreciate y'all because I don't usually go live this long. I appreciate y'all tuning in. We'll be back, though. We will be back. Because I got some other stuff I want to talk about too. I have a video that's gonna pop up, a live stream. I want to talk about the lawyer because there was a case, that Carlies Hood case, when her son had to unalive that guy that jumped on her. That in Chicago, she was a hero when that happened. That attorney, I was so happy that the mother and son, or they were released, because that dude deserved everything that happened that day. Just to randomly jump on a woman at a restaurant that you don't even know, you just gonna swing at her. And thank God her son was a sharp shooter, okay? But I'm sure like that he probably has issues from that, because no sane person really wants to take somebody out. You know what I'm saying? Most people would rather do anything but that. Most people would want to do anything in their power to not unalive somebody. I wouldn't want that at all. Okay, so I don't think anything came out. But yeah, like I was saying, this is the sucky part. And that is insane, y'all. Because I'm looking at Cold Piece title, and she said, court again tomorrow. So what the heck? And I know somebody came in here and said that. Tomorrow, though? Right back tomorrow. Boy, it's going down, ain't it? Right about now, I wish Tia Ewing was reporting this, because we would know something. Let me go to her page. I just feel like she was like, you know what? These people calling for my job. It's messy. I don't want to have nothing to do with it. Because when I tell you, I'm not into the messy either, and it's a turnoff, but come on, Tia. Okay, she posted something. Hold on. Tia said charges against Holly have been upgraded. She now has 6 charges, more to come. Okay. And so let's see. That's all she posted. She posted that 2 hours ago. Somebody said, good news. Now they can get Carlos. Okay. I wonder where The she coming home on the 7th people at now. I don't know why people thought she was getting out. Baby, she ain't getting out. She gonna flip on him, watch, especially with those 6 new counts. Justice for Meeks. It says Carlos, accessory, tampering with the crime scene, witness intimidation. Okay? And it says here, count 1, which we've already read this. Count 1. So we already on it, y'all. Count 1 is first degree unaliving with the intent to unalive. Count 2 is first degree unaliving with the intent to do great bodily harm. All that's proven. Count 3, first degree unaliving with knowledge that the acts created a strong probable death. Yep. Count 4, first degree unaliving with knowledge that the act created a strong probability of great bodily harm. Count 5, first degree. We already read this. First degree unaliving, committing a forcible felony, often related to the discharge of a firearm. Count 6, first degree unaliving, specifically involving the personal discharge of a firearm that proximately caused the unaliving. This often carries a mandatory sentence enhanced of 25 years to life, baby. 25 years to life. So, yeah, ain't nobody coming home. And the only thing that's gonna happen is some more people going down. Oh, she cooked and fried and died and laid to the side. It's over with, baby. Yeah, shout out to Tia Ewing. See what I'm saying? Like, once I read something from the news, it is now official. You know, just like the news, once they hear something from the cops, it is now official. So we got that. Shout out to Tia. And that's all she posted. So far, I mean, I would like to hear more. No more, but we all would. So right back at it tomorrow. Everybody was excited for the day. And right back at it tomorrow. That's very interesting. Holly deserves whatever they give her, because she could have left the scene, absolutely, and she was supposed to. She had that duty to retreat. She had the duty to call the cops. We just read that in the TPO hearing in July. She was told to contact them. You know, but that was just her asking, well, what if she called my family member again? Yeah, contact the cops and this, that, and the third. Holly had more than enough time to get in a car and leave the scene, but she felt like she had something to prove. Exactly. She wanted to prove that she was the mainie now. She knows she wasn't gonna ever be the only, but I'm the mainie now. I took your position. B, go away. That's what she thought. I feel so bad for both of these women, because a lot of times some of us women get wrapped up in the lies of these no good men and end up believing the ex or the baby mama is the enemy. Exactly. Exactly. But what man would want this? What sane man would want this? This is a boy. This is a boy who these women got him thinking that he can fool the world. No, you're fooling them because you're laying with them. You giving them something they can feel, something that distracts their thinking. You know what I'm saying? Logical thinking. But we ain't waking up with you, bro. We ain't laid down with you. We see you. We see you clearly. I'm sorry, but not. This is messed up. And yeah, so Deja ain't coming home no time soon at all. Because Deja wanted to prove something. I hope she She got it figured out now, Lo. And it's not because I heard the David guys say that Holly sends her love to everybody that's supporting her, and she appreciates y'all and thank y'all and all this. But yeah, so yeah. But anyway, y'all, we have been live for over 4 hours. That is a lot. So thank y'all so much for tuning in. Let me make sure that I pull up everything that I put in here, and I gotta start over, put some more stuff. I mean, it's just so much that I have been looking at with this case. It's just crazy. But yeah, he wants y'all to believe he a good guy. I don't know what she was thinking. Maybe she was thinking he's a nice guy. Well, he know good and well she wasn't thinking that, because he was showing her something different too. That's why he said that. He was showing her a person that she had never seen. And Romeca was showing him too by not being on his top, because he said she used to be on his ass. That's what he said. She used to be on him. And she showed him something different when she kind of went to the background. And here he go. Stalker is crazy to me. I didn't know her number or address. And on August 20th, see, I'm so glad I went back through this, because he said on August 20th, if y'all know what she did before she recorded me, y'all be like, for real? Do y'all know what he talking about? Because we also got the interview, the phone call with another content creator of him saying that they got back cool in August. And he was going to say a date, but then he said the end of August. So, but he telling us right here they wasn't cool at the end of August. Stalker is crazy to me. I don't know her number or address. And on August 20th, if y'all know what she did before she recorded me, y'all be like, for real? But moral of the story, I went up to her job and told her boss on her because she posted on because she supposed to be on the clock. I loved her, but she used to be on my ass. Okay, so perfect. That's what happened August 20th. He went to her job. She posted this on the same date, August 20th. Okay. And then he brought up August 20th on the phone call with another creator, saying that that's when they got back cool. Make it make sense. Which is it? Either y'all was feuding, going back and forth, you was stalking her and she was tired of your ass and she was posting this, or y'all got back cool because your sister needed you to pick up Los, and that's when you and her started back talking. I don't believe it now. So what I believe is that they never got back cool. They ain't get back cool when they fell out, because they damn sure wasn't cool at the end of August, like he said. So I really don't know. Was this the first time he was catching her, period, from all the months of trying to catch her? Could that be the truth, middleman? Could that be the truth? Because I believe all of this stuff was being posted around the same time that everything was happening. And we got evidence. We got him posting about August 20th as well as Romeca. And he just admitted that he went to her job to try to get her fired. So I don't see them making up in August, because yeah, that's kind of weird. I don't think they made up. Like, maybe he did get his son because the sister had to go do something, but they wasn't cool. They wasn't cool, because if they was cool, why we here right now? If they just got cool at the end of August, by September 8th, just days later she dead, nah. Something ain't adding up, sir. Something is not adding up. But I'm confident that the courts is gonna put all of this stuff together and make it all make sense. Because I don't believe that. He played both sides and the middle. He absolutely did. Dang was trying to catch a live and just missed it. I'm still live. But thank you for coming in. So yeah, thank you, BFF. I did say I was about to leave, but I'm happy that I went through that, because I was questioning that. It's so much information. So now we do know that August 20th, she was complaining about him, and he went just like she said, and he admitted to it. So it can't be both. It's now starting to look like it was just horrible from after that. Like, dude, that was like the last straw, going to her job, trying to get her fired and all that, and he wasn't happy with her not needing him. So we got to see what's up. I don't know, but they wasn't cool at the end of no dang on August, because she shouldn't be gone if that was the case. And then look at this. This was also posted on August 20th. So this was when he was doing it. Somebody posted this. So this is the video that they talking about. See, I got the information and just don't realize it. So, okay, so this the video he talking about, because this is a screenshot of a video. And it says August 20th at 10 a.m. on Wednesday. He's standing there in all black with them shoes on. Okay. So what do he have on this day? Is it a different outfit when he's standing outside her window stalking? Okay, he got on a white shirt that time, but all black. Yeah, so we got stalking pictures of him. We got statements from him. We got all kind of stuff. Like, dude, August 20th was not a good day. So now, yeah, did they ever recoup from whatever happened? What else happened that day? That was the bad date. And then they connected again on the 8th, maybe, is what it's looking more like. I'm sure they gonna get the truth about this guy, because him looking good is over with. Like, he is a career criminal from what I'm seeing, who's been on house arrest for 2 years and then another 2 years, which equal 4 years of they 9-year relationship. He was on house arrest. Couldn't even go out the city, couldn't leave from too far from home, just like a little caged animal. But anyway, occasionally would it, she'll pop in with some pictures while he got another girl pregnant. So she was trying to deal with this dude the best way that she could. But he's not one of those that's gonna allow you to be his friend. See, he still want to be able to get what he want from you. He want to still be able to, get all your goods, while you just accept what he got going on. It's either that or nothing. And you can't leave and be with nobody else either. Your life got to be miserable now because I'm not getting what I want from you. I want you to accept Deja and my new baby. Damn it. Whether she causing you pain, whether she mimics and want to be you, she wants to be your twin sister, I guess. I don't know. This is awful, though. I see the whole play. It's horrible. Okay, so let's see what else I got. Yeah, and then this, I don't have the date, but this is him tearing up her stuff. It's just awful, man. It's awful. It ain't no getting out of this relationship. Either you gonna comply like all my other girlfriends that still come around, you gonna either comply or you out. Oh, you don't wanna be sister wise with Deja? Deja down. We just heard about the threesomes and all this kind of stuff, so she was okay probably with it. Like, Romeca didn't want to play that role, is what it's looking like. Old Deja was okay with it, if I was okay with it, long as she could have me. But anyway, since it didn't go Deja way, it can only be this way. But anyway, y'all, thank y'all so much for tuning in. Y'all, please, the messy man. Messy man. I can't with messy men. But he remind me of Jarvis Butts. You know what? Over sexual, can't be satisfied your way or the highway. Like, in a sense, I mean, Jarvis probably was a narcissist person too, I guess. I never even say that word, y'all, but it was a content creator that actually brought up narcissism, and I went and looked it up and watched a couple videos on it, and I'm like, oh hell no, I couldn't deal with no person like that at all. Like, just dramatic. I don't like messy gossip and dramatic ass men that's always causing issues and pain. Like, that stuff be on purpose. Why they sit back and act like they don't know what they doing, nonchalant with it. That pisses me off. That will piss anybody off. You sitting up here pushing my buttons and then telling me to calm down. Don't say that, baby mama. First of all, baby mama is not a good title either. Don't call me that shit. You know what I'm saying? That ain't no title. The hell? He called her baby mama like that's a good position to be in. Yeah, but you know why he used that? Because that song came out and he was happy. Because, hey, let them know who they are. That's just my baby daddy. That's just my baby mama. Like, get out of here with that. But anyway, y'all, let me get up out of here. Old Deja ain't going nowhere today or tomorrow. You know what I'm saying? She ain't going nowhere for a long time. So, justice for Meeks. And paint the streets pink. Okay? Shout out to the to Meeks family. Prayers to them. I send my love to them because this is just the beginning. It's a long road ahead. Y'all, please smack that thumbs up on the way out. That is why Romeca called him baby mama. He like a female, period. And that's why she called them bitches. Hey, that's why. I told y'all, he carry a purse. I don't, listen. The whole era of purses and skinny jeans, like, no. I'm sorry. Women blouses and things. No. Doing too much. Working out, exotic dancers, and yeah, all that. All of it go hand in hand. Baby mama. Yes. But anyway, y'all, thank y'all so much for tuning in. Please be sure to like, share, and subscribe to my channel. Make this go viral. Shout out to 755. Earlier, shout out. Yes, thank y'all for tuning in. Shout out to my BFF. Next thumbs up, y'all. Join membership. Make this go viral. We gon' blow the spot. MTGBLLC. Make this go viral. Make this go higher. Ain't nobody going home today or tomorrow.
Lock his ass up. Lock his ass up. You going to jail. You going to jail. Lock his ass up. I stand on business. You drop me somewhere, I stand on business. You drop me in your hood, I stand on business. I've been stand on business. I stand on business. You drop me.
The courts definitely stood on business. They ain't playing.
Nanny boo boo.
What you did was wrong, and you ain't getting out no time soon. But anyway, y'all, peace and love, y'all. We out.